we move on to do other things here. I apologize. And we'll get started to the public will just bear with me for one more minute. Trying to pull up my BZA stuff. That's what I'm trying to find here.
Hey, Chairman Otto, do we have a fifth on the board? I don't see.
No,
I know Tom.
No, we're going to talk about that here in just a minute. We only have 4 people. Let me pull up my docket here so I have it in front of me, and then we'll address that. We've had some people be called away today, so we'll see what the public wants to do. We have a quorum, but we only have 4 board members, so people will have to agree to have us hear their cases today. So
agreed. Okay, thank you. I'll be right back to you.
Yeah. Okay. Just trying to download all these case reports so I have them. Let me turn my phones all off so I don't have 50 people calling in the middle of us today. Okay, so we have Tony and Tom and Mark and I. That's the 4, right? And have we heard from Mr. Keller? He's not going to make it, correct? That's been said.
Yeah, he's not going to make it today.
Okay. And just so that while we're waiting for Mark, Tom and Tony and Mark, are you all good to be here till about 3 o'clock today and hear cases? That's as late as I can stay, unfortunately. I thought we would have more board members and we would clearly be done by then. But just to tell everybody on that, I have a hard stop at 3 o'clock today. So
it's whatever you
I'm
need,
good, Teresa. Evans is good.
Okay, all right. We should be able to get quite a few things done in all that time, but I just wanted to tell everybody I thought we would get started earlier and be through everything, but now that we're starting an hour later. Okay, are we ready? All right, I see Mr. Ebbets. So good morning to staff and everyone and to the general public that is on with us today. My name is Teresa Otto. I am the chair of the Board of Zoning Adjustments, and we're here to hear your cases today. We've had a little bit of an issue with people's people on the board members being able to attend the hearings today. They've had some other conflicts that have arisen that have pulled 3 of our board members away, unfortunately, so unexpectedly. So we have 4 board members here with us today. That does provide this board with a quorum. So we can hear cases. There will be a few cases that are continued cases that have required quorums. So those matters may or may not be able to be heard. I'll have to take those up, I think, as we get to them, unless someone from staff can tell me what those are. I'm happy to take them out of order, because if they need to be continued, if those folks are online, we should let them go early so they're not sitting here waiting. So to the members of the public, in light of this situation, if you believe you want 5 board members to hear your case and you're on today's docket, I'd like you first this morning to raise your hand so we can take your cases up first and continue those. And then we will take those cases that remain that are willing to take 4 board members and go forward. What everyone needs to understand is if we take your case and there are four of us that handle it, you have to get all 4 members to give you an affirmative vote to get the request that you're making to pass. So that's the situation. We apologize for our lack of having extra people today, but sometimes personal issues arise and it is what it is. So anybody that wants to not have 4 members hear their case, please raise their hand.
Teresa, I am first promoting Phil Calhoun. He is with docket item number 24.
Okay, thank
And
you.
forgive me if I pronounced your name incorrectly.
Mr. Clavoon, if you could turn on your camera and microphone, please. There you are. Good morning, Mr. Clavoon. I think we have a required quorum on your case. Let me see who that is. So the required quorum is Mr. Banuki, Mr. Ebbets, myself, and Mr. Stiller. So your case is going to have to automatically continue.
That's fine with us, Madam Chairwoman. We would like to have 5 board members.
Okay.
But
Well, you don't. I don't think you have 5 board members. I think you have 4.
oh,
I think,
well,
yeah.
that's fine. I told Mr. Hoseville we were going to continue it till we were told April 12th, which would work.
Yeah, that's our next meeting, I believe, is it not?
That is correct.
Yes. So, Mr. Galoon, there will not be a motion. It will just automatically continue because we don't have a quorum for your case today. Okay. So it will automatically go to April the 12th. Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. All right. Anyone else?
Now I'm promoting Chris Maddox.
Okay. And what case number is that on?
This is docket item number 2.
Okay.
He has been promoted and connected. You can turn on your camera and turn off your mic.
Good morning, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Maddox.
So this is 2316 Troost. We initially filed an application and were heard by CPC, I think back in December. In January, I had COVID. In February, there wasn't a court reporter. And today, the applicant would like to request its right to 5-member BZA board members. And so we would request a continuance to April 12th. And then in the event that April 12th also does not have a 5-member quorum, we would expect that due to this case having some opposition, that perhaps a special meeting of the BZA potentially be called if there's no quorum on the 12th, so that we can move forward with the project.
Okay, so Ms. Baxter, do we need a motion on this since we don't want to establish a quorum, or will these automatically be continued?
I think on this one, since it's not an automatic continuance, right, I would say let's do a motion for this one.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry, just so that the docket is clean. Mr. Maddox, your case number is 85 and the address is 2316 Troost Avenue, correct? Docket number 2?
That's correct.
All right. Board members, we have a request for continuance on this case. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion for Mr. Ebbets to April 12th. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second for Mr. Banuki. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This matter is continued to April 12th. Thank you, Mr. Maddox. All right. Anyone else that is asking for a continuance based on quorum issues?
Yes, there are 2 more people. We have John Campbell.
Okay.
I am promoting him as a panelist. This is docket item number, I'm looking. If the planner recognizes John Campbell, please interject. I don't see him on the docket.
I can just ask. Mr. Campbell, can you say?
I'm right here.
Yeah, and Mr.
You can hear me. I've unmuted myself.
Yes,
I am an
Mr. Campbell, we
attorney.
can hear you.
You can't hear me?
Yes, I can.
I am here on docket item number 11. I'm an attorney representing the adjoining property owners. And this is on a rehearing from a decision that was made, I believe, October 12th.
Right. And I see, Mr. Campbell, that case has a required quorum of Mr. Banuki, Mr. Gorentz, myself, and Mr. Stiller. Mr. Stiller is absent today, so this matter will automatically continue to April 12th.
Okay.
So-
I thought that might be the case.
You are correct. You are correct. So this will automatically continue without a motion because we don't have a quorum to issue that. Okay?
Okay, thank you all so much and have a nice day.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell.
Thank you.
All right. And on next one,
That is it. Bill Suo, who is also associated with docket number 11, was promoted, and we just discussed that matter.
okay, I have a couple questions then before we go, because I see a couple other ones that are going to probably present an issue. I think docket item 14 has a required quorum of Mr. Ebbets, Mr. Gorentz, Mr. Kelleher, myself, and Mr. Stiller. With Mr. Kelleher and Mr. Stiller absence, we do not have a required quorum unless someone else heard testimony on that case that's present.
This case is being dismissed. The applicant has requested dismissal of this case anyway.
Okay, so we can do that without the quorum. Okay. All right. So then I think that answers my other question. All right. Let's,
And there are several, we sent out an email to the applicants late yesterday afternoon, and some of them have already requested a continuance due to only 4 board members being present. Would you like to take those up?
yeah, but before we start, I'm going to ask everyone to be given an oath because I want to do this as we're going to start hearing. Yes, Ms. Baxter, I see you're raising your hand. I can't hear you.
Sorry, I think which one is being dismissed? Because there's 2 left that have required quorum. So I just want to deal with both of them.
Docket item number 14.
Yeah, and it looks like 13 has a required quorum too. So I think that
Oh,
would
it
be
does. You're correct. Ms. Baxter, yes. You're right. I didn't see that one above it. I went too fast. So why not, is there anyone online on those 2? Are both of those cases being dismissed, Donna, 13 and 14?
No, 13 is still planning to be heard. 14 is being dismissed.
Okay, well, let's call 13 and 14 both. Are they together? Or are they separate?
They're separate cases.
Okay. Well, let's call 13 because we can't hear it unless we can't hear that one, I don't think.
The applicant has requested continuance.
Okay,
anyways.
okay. Let me do this, folks. Let me swear in all staff so we get that done, and then we'll keep going on these continuances, and then we'll take the cases. So all staff members, would you please raise your right hand if you're going to be giving testimony on the live cases today and requests for continuances? Would you please raise your right hand and take the oath? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
Okay, and just so that the court reporter got all of those names, would you state your name? Anna, let's go with you first.
Anna Nanowski.
Okay, Jared,
Jared Clements.
Andrew,
Andrew Clark.
Najma,
Najma Muhammad.
Genevieve.
Genevieve Khan.
I think what about Shu? Are you giving testimony today?
She's not giving
Nope,
testimony
I'm
today.
not.
Okay,
Nice to see you, Miss Otto.
thank you, thank you. And what about Matt Barnes? Is he going to?
He's not providing testimony today.
Okay. All right. Dana, did you get all that? Okay, thank you. All right, so let's move to docket item 13. Is there anyone online on that case today? If so, please raise your hand to be promoted and we'll address this continuance request.
He had told me yesterday he does not plan on coming.
Okay, is there anyone else online today who came to be interested in and give any sort of testimony about docket item 13, which is case 142. The address is 2116 Summit Street. If you're here at interest, please understand you can raise your hand. I'm not taking any testimony today. This matter will be automatically continued due to a lack of a quorum. Is there anyone that has a question or concern that's here on that case?
No one has raised their hand.
All right, so then we can automatically continue this case until April 12th. All right, then let's call docket item 14, case number 147. The address is 3109 Campbell Street. Would the applicant or any other interested parties also raise their hand or be promoted? This case will automatically also, well, this is the dismissal, I'm sorry. Yeah, this case will be dismissed. Does anyone have any concerns about this case that's online?
I believe the applicant did not intend to be present today. Ms. Blitgerber may have had concerns with this case.
No one else has raised their hand.
No one else has, okay.
And Angie's not raising her hand at this moment.
All right, so this matter will automatically be dismissed, Ms. Baxter, or do we need to do a motion? And we don't have a quorum, so how do we handle this one?
What's I think it'll just be an automatic continuance. I don't know what the reason is for the dismissal, but I think you can
They
deal.
removed the fence.
Okay, I think you can just deal with it once you have a quorum.
Okay, because okay, so we're just gonna move on from 14 then. That's what my concern is. I don't know how we dismiss something when I don't have a quorum. Unless, Mr. Banuki, did you hear that case? Was he part of the testimony group? Then we would have a quorum. Do you remember hearing this case, Tony?
I don't remember one way or another.
Okay, do we have that from staff to know if he was present in that case? Where's Lisa? Lisa, do you know if he listened to that, took evidence on that case?
I'm checking now.
Okay, because I mean, Sarah, while we're at it, if we have a quorum, I'm going to handle it.
Sure.
Our docket on the 12th of April will be very difficult, I think.
Yes, he was present and abstaining.
Okay. Oh, and he abstained.
Well, he had to because only 5 can vote.
Oh, okay. That's not abstaining.
So he did hear it.
Okay. All right. So then we have a quorum. All right. So let's take up this dismissal then. Mr. Banuki, you can vote on this because you're part of the quorum. Having heard the case. Do I have a motion from the board members to dismiss docket item 14?
So moved.
I have a motion from Mr. Banuki. Do I have a second?
But second.
I have a second from Mr. Ebbets. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes with this motion. This matter's been dismissed. Okay. Let's take up other continuances then to staff members who can lead us through those, and then we'll take the remaining cases that people want to have us hear with their board members.
Understood. So docket item number 8, KCD BZA 2021-00146 for 4825 Westwood Road. They are requesting a continuance to April 12th due to only 4 board members being present.
Okay, I have a request on docket number 8. Is there anyone online interested in this case?
No one is raising their hand.
Okay, board members, do I have a request to continue this matter until April the 12th? I have a motion from Mr. Gorentz. Do I have a second?
Second.
A second from Mr. Banuki. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This matter is continued to April 12th. On to the next case.
Docket item number 11 was automatically continued. So we have docket item number 15. This is CDSUP 2021-00072 for 10001 East Bannister Road. They are requesting a continuance to have more time to prepare and due to the lack of 5 board members being present.
Is there anyone online today interested in either the applicant or other people in this case, docket item 16 at 10001 East Bannister Road? If so, please raise your hand.
No one is raising their hand.
Then board members, I would entertain a motion. Is the motion just until the 12th of April?
The 12th, correct.
Okay. Do I have a motion, board members, to that effect?
So moved. Chair.
I have a motion from Mr. Ebbets. Do I have a second?
Second.
The second from Mr. Banuki. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This matter is continued to April 14th. Any other continuances, Anna, or do we start hearing cases?
Docket item number 19. This is CDBZA 2022-00010 for 709 West 17th Street. The applicant is wishing to continue the case due to only 4 board members being present.
Again, to the members of the public, is there anyone online interested in this case at 709 West 17th Street?
No one is raising their hand.
Hearing no questions, concerns, or objections, do I have a motion to continue this matter till April 4th?
April 12th, Chairman Otto.
I'm sorry, 12th. Why do I keep doing that? Sorry, April 12th.
So moved.
I have a motion for Mr. Banuki. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second for Mr. Ebbets. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with this motion. The matter is continued to April 12th. Anything further, Anna?
One last item, docket item number 22, CD BZA 2022-00013 for 3922 Troost Avenue. The applicant has requested a continuance to April 12th to allow for more time to talk to the neighborhood association with the Troost Corridor Overlay District.
Is there anyone online interested in this case or have an objection to a continuance of this case?
No one is raising their hand.
Board members, do I have a motion to continue this matter to April 12th?
So moved.
I have a motion for Mr. Ebbets. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This matter is continued to April 12th. Okay, then let's begin back at the beginning. I think we've addressed all continuance motions, and I believe that takes us back to docket item number 1. The case number is 54. The street address is 9818 Summit Street. Would the applicant and all interested parties please raise their hands to be promoted at this time so we can hear this case?
I am promoting Patricia Jensen, Ron Wheeler, and Zoom will ask you if you want to accept that promotion, and Cindy Wheeler as well.
Madam Chair, members of the board, before we move forward on this case, I missed whether or not there were any other interested parties besides my client, Ron and Cindy Wheeler. Well, I believe this is a fairly simple case. I want to make sure that we don't have any opposition. I don't believe we do, but before I waive a quorum, I would like to know.
I believe I've asked for anyone who's interested in the case, whether the applicant, interested parties raise their hand on this case. I will ask one more time. Is there anyone present online that wishes to speak on this case, either in support or opposition, at the address of 9818 Summit Street? I'm not seeing any hands being raised.
No one has raised their hands.
All right, so Ms. Jensen, I don't think we have anyone else interested in this case. Would you please state your name for the record?
My name is Patricia Jensen with the Rouse Fretz Law Firm with offices located at 4510 Bellevue, here today on behalf of Ron and Cindy Wheeler.
Okay, and Mr. Wheeler, I see you're present. Is Ms. Wheeler present? Oh, yes, there she is. Okay. If both of you would please turn on your, Ms. Wheeler, if you would turn on your camera, I'm going to swear all three of you in at the same time, please. Thank you. I see you now, ma'am. Please raise your right hands. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes. I do.
Okay, and I have all three in the affirmative. All right. All right. And who is the staff person on this case? Jared, is that you? Okay, Jared, if you could, oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Jensen, first, any objection to my admitting the 9 administrative exhibits detailed in the staff report?
No objection. And I would just mention we've got an exhibit, the applicant's PowerPoint as exhibit 10 that was submitted back before the February date.
Okay, do we have, okay, exhibit 10, and that's your presentation, Ms. Jensen?
Yes.
Okay, exhibit 10 will be admitted. All right, Jared, let's start with you, please, and then we'll hear from Ms. Jensen.
All righty. Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you all see my screen there?
Yes.
Let's see. 1 second. Get everything sorted. All right, before us, we have docket item number 1. This is CDSUP 2021-00054, 9818 Summit Street. The zoning is R-7.5. The applicant is seeking approval of a special use permit to allow for the continued operation of an owner-occupied short-term rental. R-7.5 is one of the zoning districts that is excluded in the STR ordinance, but there is a provision to allow STRs to continue if they get a SUP. That's why it's here today, as long as they've been in continued operation. So this is the location of the subject site. It's in the southern portion of Kansas City. This is a closer view. It's within the boundaries of the Red Bridge area plan. There. So the key points of this case, it's an owner-occupied short-term rental. It's been in operation since prior to the STR ordinance being adopted. Other than the applicant's materials, staff has not received any letters or comments from surrounding neighbors. The conditions of this STR SUP would be that the applicant must renew it every 5 years and keep the registration up to date. That was originally 3 years, which is our standard condition, but the CPC voted to move that to 5 years per their recommendation. They also recommended approval with conditions. With that, I will conclude my presentation.
Thank you, Jared. Ms. Jensen, would you please let us know why you believe the board should grant this request?
Ms. Chair, I think as you recall, this address should be familiar to you because we had a hearing with the board previously about 3 months ago with regards to whether or not the property was being operated as a duplex. You all overruled the staff's determination and determined it was not a duplex. We understood at that time we needed the special use permit to continue the short-term rental. I don't believe there are any issues. And I'm going to forego the PowerPoint given all of the cases you have to hear unless you've got a specific question. Contained in that PowerPoint, as you recall, and this was an exhibit in our previous appeal, is that my clients have gone around to all of the adjacent property owners and gotten their consent. Everybody understands the short-term rental, but this is primarily their home. So they're very careful about how that is operated.
I'm sorry, if I remember this case correctly, this is where they would rent out a room in the basement area. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
If you remember, my client, Ron Wheeler, is a cartoonist. He has an office in his home. His wife also has an office in their home. And we've agreed to the 2 conditions, one being that we have to renew this every 5 years. I don't believe that there's any opposition. We worked very hard on this case with both the staff and then my clients, of course, have informed all the adjacent property owners. So with that, we would request that you grant this approval. I certainly can go through the PowerPoint, but I think given the length of your docket, you may not want to hear that since you've already seen it.
Okay, let me ask the board members. Board members, do you have any interest in seeing her PowerPoint? I remember this case. I think the PowerPoint's been admitted. It's going to be the same one we probably saw 3 months ago. Any concern about seeing that?
No.
Okay. If the board feels comfortable and understands the evidence in this case, and in review of the exhibits that you have in front of you, if not, then tell me if you do understand. Please then someone offer me a motion on this case.
Chairman Otto, in case number 54, I recommend the board grant the request in accordance with the site plan and staff reports herein.
I have a motion for Mr. Ebbets. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Gorence. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. The request is granted. Thank you, folks.
Thank you. And Madam Chair, I either can stay promoted. I've got docket item 7 coming up. I'll turn off my mic and my video.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
All right, let's move on to the next case that we're going to hear first is docket number 3, case number 86. The address is 1331 East Meyer Boulevard. With the applicant and all persons interested in this case, please raise your hand to be promoted so that we can hear this matter.
I am promoting a Kevin
Weiniger.
Weiniger, correct.
Okay.
No one else has raised their hand.
Okay. Mr. Weiniger, there you are. Mr. Weiniger, could you state your name, please, for the record?
Kevin Weiniger.
And would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Sir, have you had a chance to review the staff report that has been created as it relates to the application today?
Yes.
Okay, and are you the applicant and you're doing this on behalf of a client, correct, Mr. Weiner?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any objection to the admission of administrative exhibits numbering 1 through 9 found on page 4 of that staff report?
No.
Okay, exhibits 1 through 9 will be admitted. Jared, I believe this is another one of your matters. If you would please present, and then Mr. Weiniger will hear from you. And Mr. Weiniger, you want to have us hear this case today, correct?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. Before us, we have docket item number 3. This is CDSUP 2021-00086. The location is 1331 East Meyer Boulevard, R-5 zoning. The applicant is seeking approval of a special use permit to allow for an additional school building to be built on the subject property. They did hold their public engagement meeting. Let's see. So this is the location of the property in relation to the rest of the city. It's within the boundaries of the SWOPE area plan. More specifically, it's on East Meyer Boulevard between the Paseo and Troost Avenue. This is an aerial rendering showing the subject site. The area outlined in white is the location of a 39,000 square foot building previously approved via special use permit in spring of 2021. The red outlined area is the proposed location of this special use permit. It'll be a 13,400 square foot junior high building. This is a rendering of the proposed junior high school viewed from the east facing west. From this location, you can see the Hogan Preparatory logo on the left side. That's the subject of a part of this special use permit request. The case factors for that variance, it is 80 square feet in size. That is how substantial 80 square feet in relation. So it's a 100 square foot sign. 20 square feet is what is allowed. A substantial change is not anticipated. The only obviation would be a change in design for a smaller sign. The CPC voted to recommend approval for the special use permit. They did not make a recommendation for the variance. With that, I'll conclude my presentation.
All right, thank you. Mr. Weiniger, tell us about this and why does this sign have to be so big?
Well, I think the scale of the campus, it's appropriate so that it provides branding and some color and to the students. It also it's not visible from the street because the Meyer Boulevard is much lower, so it's inside of a courtyard and really only visible by people visiting the school. So I think it helps to provide some identity to the campus. And the previously approved high school building also has a similar sign that had an approved variance for that sign actually faces north towards Meyer. So there's some precedence in the design already with the high school that we're matching.
If you'd like, Kevin, I could share the image of the courtyard again, if you'd like.
Sure. Yeah, so the buildings are built so that H on the left-hand side in that building is what the current SUP, and that sign on the H is what the variance is regarding. So the high school on the right side with the Rams logo, that was that's the building, a part of the previously approved SUP. Yeah.
Okay, so Mr. Weingart, I'm one board member, but we just had another case real similar to this where Rockhurst High School also wanted to put a big sign up that it really had nothing to do other than what you're talking about. And I'm one board member, but I don't see how you have a practical difficulty in asking us to do this. This is putting sort of I think a serious concern for this board and precedent when we approve signs this much greater in size than what's allowed by the ordinance. This is not signage, this is design. Signage is to allow people to identify and locate buildings. This is artwork, but it's still a sign. So I'm one board member. I don't think the ordinance gives us the authority to grant this because there is no practical difficulty.
Okay, well, there's agreed. I'd say, well, one thing about that is, so we've got, the special use permit, which is one part of why we're on the call today. And I think that requires BZA approval. The signage variance is a separate matter. So I think we are most interested because we are in the process of receiving a building permit soon. So we're most interested in the special use permit. And if we need to handle the sign differently, that's fine with us. So I would say that first about the signage in particular. And, there was, like I said earlier, there is precedent with this board's prior approval of the high school having a similar design. And then there's plenty of precedent around the city with very similar types of applications. So I think for institutional buildings that have a strong community component that are schools, libraries, public buildings, I think there is a understanding that those buildings are different.
Okay, well, the ordinance doesn't treat them any differently. So if the city council wants to come in and change the ordinance and accept them out, that's something they have the power to do. I don't think this board has that power, but I'm one board member. So let me ask you one question, because you are working with a quorum of 4 people today and you agreed to do that. I'm one board member, but I think you know what message I'm sending to you a little bit. I'm trying to be upfront with you. Do you want to withdraw the sign request from your application and go forward with just the special use permit so that you can then decide what you guys want to do and refile about the sign? Or do you want us to rule on both today?
Yeah, that's fine. We can wait on the sign if we need to, because we would not want to restart the process here with the signage part.
Well, I think if you withdraw it though, ask staff, I think then you have to file a new application. So
for the sign variance.
Yes, I think so. You'd probably have to file another application fee. So that's why I'm asking, what do you want to do today? Do you want, I don't know, maybe staff can, I've not had this happen before. I've been on this board a long time, but this is kind of a different twist that we've had, that you may want one part of your request heard, but you actually want one part continued. Can we bifurcate this case and handle it that way?
Jared wrote it that way, I think.
But I don't know if our rules allow that. I don't know if Sarah needs to weigh in on this.
Yeah, I think
the rules address it, but you've already established a quorum for both of them at this point.
I know that's my concern.
I I think you could, right, if you wanted to, but I'm not sure what the end game would be since you've established a quorum for both.
So Mr. Weiniger, that's your issue, okay? You didn't maybe understand how one board member would feel about this case, and I don't know how the other board members feel, right? But I'm being upfront with you. Your only option at this point is probably to withdraw the sign request if you want to try to establish a different quorum on that matter. Otherwise, these 4 people are going to vote on it.
I think, well, why don't we promote Jamie Berry from the school here. I see if she has any opinion. She's from she's from Hogan.
Yep, she has raised her hand and I will promote her. Jamie, you will need to accept the promotion. And Teresa will swear you in.
And
Ms. Berry. Yeah, is it Ms. Berry? I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Let me unmute here.
Oh,
Yes.
there you, okay, Ms. Berry.
Sorry.
That's all right. Would you state your name, please?
Jamie Berry.
And would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you
Yes.
solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
So I think I may just step back and explain this so everyone is clear. You have a quorum today because you have 4 board members to hear this case. But because we accepted this case, we established that quorum. That means these 4 board members are the only board members going forward that could hear any aspect of this case, unless some aspect of the case is dismissed and then refiled. Is that correct, Ms. Baxter?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so as you can hear, if you were listening, at least one board member has an issue with the size of this sign based on precedent and a similar case that we've already heard on a similar thing. And I don't vote consistently. I vote across the board and apply the ordinances evenly. So I'm being very upfront with you that I don't know how the other 3 board members are going to rule, but if I rule against you, if I vote against you, the sign is going to not be granted. So if you go forward, you'll be denied the size of this sign. It's not that you couldn't apply for a different sign, but this size would likely be denied. So do you want to bifurcate this case? Either way, you're going to have to file another application for the sign.
Yeah, Jamie, I just thought maybe good for you to be on if you had any opinions, but I can step in here. I think again, our most important item that we need today is approval of special use permit. So just make sure Jamie and I understand. So we can still get our special use permit approval today. And then we would have to potentially handle the sign in the future through a new application. Is that correct?
That's correct. Sorry if you're asking me that question.
Yeah. I think, Jamie, I think that.
Yeah, I think we're going to need to go that route.
Yeah.
Okay, so as I understand, Mr. Weiniger, you're withdrawing your sign application today, and you want this board to address just the special use permit request.
Correct.
All right. So going back to that, then I believe at the conclusion of the staff report, let's go back up to that, Mr. Weiniger. There's some recommendations from the CPC. Are you familiar with those? The plan conditions?
Yes.
And I don't know if any of those, without looking at them, address just the sign. Did they? Let me look real quick.
I don't believe they do.
Okay, so there's 9 conditions. Mr. Weiniger, do you and your client agree to those conditions?
Yes.
Okay. Does the board understand the special use permit question or portion of this request, which is the addition of a new building, correct, Mr. Weiniger?
Correct.
Any questions, Mr. Ebbets, Mr. Banuki, Mr. Gorentz? All right, hearing no questions, I would entertain a motion on just the special use permit portion of this request.
Madam Chair, in case number 86, I recommend that the applicant's request for a special use permit be granted in accordance with the staff report and the site plan.
I have a motion for Mr. Banuki. Do I have a second to that motion? I have a second for Mr. Gorentz. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. The request for special use permit is granted. Thank you, folks, and we'll probably see you again, it sounds like, on the sign issue, and perhaps the city council will address the concerns of schools. Thank you.
Yeah, we have our number 4 is on the
Next
project
one.
as well.
Okay, all right, so let's move on to docket number 4, Mr. Weiniger. This is case number 87, docket number docket number 4, case number 87, with a street address of 6409 Agnes Avenue. And Mr. Weiniger, you're here on that case, right?
Correct.
And you're still under oath, is that correct?
Correct.
And Ms. Berry, you're here as a representative of the school, correct?
That's correct.
And you're still under oath. All
Yes,
right.
ma'am.
Is there anyone else in the audience who's here interested in this application for special use permit? If so, either in support or opposition, please raise your hand and we will promote you.
No one has raised their hand.
All right. Mr. Weiniger, have you reviewed the staff report connected with this application?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any objection to my admitting the administrative exhibits that number 1 through 9?
No.
Okay. Exhibits 1 through 9 will be admitted. And Jared, would you present this matter?
Absolutely. One moment here. So this is docket item number 4, CD SUP 2021-00087 at 6409 Agnes Avenue. Zoning is R-5. As with the last one, the applicant is seeking approval of a special use permit to allow for an additional school building to be built on the subject property. So this is a location in relation to the rest of the city. The property is within the SWOPE area plan. It is at Agnes Avenue, north of East Meyer and east of 71 Highway. This is an aerial rendering showing the subject site. The existing building is 53,000 square feet. The red outlined area is the proposed location of this project, which will be 8,700 square feet. It'll be a junior high school, as with the last application. Let's see. So this rendering shows the high school in relation to, the junior high in relation to the high school. Let's see here.
It's an elementary school, actually.
Oh, thank you, Kevin.
Yeah.
In relation to the elementary school, rather. This also has a sign variance, the same logo as the last application, facing Agnes Avenue. The case factors for that variance, it will be 19 square feet larger. Substantial change is not anticipated. It could be obviated by a change for a smaller design. The CPC voted to recommend approval with conditions for the special use permit and did not make a recommendation for the variance. With that, I'll conclude my presentation.
All right, Mr. Weiniger, let me ask you this question as it relates to the sign. If the schools are trying to have this signage match, do you want to withdraw this sign or not?
If the opinions are the same as the high school, then yes, because this project has the same timeline and same requirement. We need the special use permit approval. The sign is something that can be managed in the future.
Okay, again, I believe that, is this the only sign that this set of buildings will have on it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Is that yes, Ms. Berry?
Yes.
Okay.
I would ask, so I guess it's just a general question. So you mentioned city council prior on the private project. So what, and I guess, why would they get involved with a signage? This is why we're here, right, for BZA.
My point is, I am one board member. I vote my conscience. I vote how I believe the ordinance needs to be applied. I've been doing that since 1996. These signs, this sign, like a similar sign that was presented to us from Rockhurst High School, you're both schools. It's no different whether public or private. It's signage, it's identification. The signage that you're doing are logos more than signs to identify how people find your structure or come to your structure. And there is no practical difficulty that I see in getting a sign this large. What you're trying to do is it's a school spirit thing versus identification. And I think the purpose is not what the ordinance is talking about. If we can't change the ordinance, the ordinance talks about actually identifying through signage the location of a building. And signage is something that these schools tend to be in residential neighborhoods. I'm just telling you one person's view of her application of the ordinance. I think that the city council would have to change the ordinance, in my humble opinion, to address and give schools some different latitude, because this is signage to a different degree than identification. These are emblems, these are shields, these are something other than a sign, a traditional sign.
So if it said Hogan Preparatory Academy in words, that's different?
To me, it is, because
Okay.
it's a sign identifying the school, showing
Okay.
people how to find the school. You know, I appreciate what you're trying to do. I love every school that I got to attend. I feel good about my schools and my education. I paid for most of it myself, so I actually probably appreciate it more than some students. But again, I'm one board member. I don't know what other people are going to do, but once we start doing this, then a private business could have the same argument. Well, you let the schools do it. Why do they get to have some symbol that we can't have? So I think there has to be a consistent application of the law.
Yeah. Okay. Well, then, yeah, I think, thank you for just a more discussion on that. But yeah, I think similar to the prior project, we would request approval or of the special use permit, and then we will have to come back with a new application for the signage.
Okay, understood. So board members, you've seen the presentation. Mr. Woniger, is there any other information about this new structure that you want the board to understand?
No, I mean, yeah, it is an elementary school, and it's primarily a classroom addition onto the existing elementary building.
Board members, do you understand this request or have questions for the applicant? Hearing no questions, I'd entertain a motion on the special use permit only, as the other part has been withdrawn.
Madam Chair, in case number 87, I recommend that the applicant's request for a special use permit be granted in accordance with the site plan and the staff report.
I have a motion from Mr. Banuki. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion. I have a second for Mr. Ebbets. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion, and the special use permit is granted. Thank you both, and hopefully we'll figure out a different way to address your other issue. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you both.
Uh-huh.
All right. Sorry to make this a little soapbox today, but I do think that other people than this board needs to address this issue that keeps coming before us. So maybe I can get some people to help us on this. All right, let's move to docket item number 6. Case number 90 with an address of 7001 Seary Creek Parkway. With the,
Teresa?
I'm sorry.
Sorry to interrupt you, but
Sure.
you skipped number 5.
Oh, I did. You're right. I'm sorry. I thought I had that one circled. I must have circled it by accident. Sorry. Okay. I'm sorry. Let's go back to docket number 5, case number 88 with an address of 5347 Independence Avenue. Would the applicant and all interested parties please raise your hand to be promoted?
I am promoting a Jim Markey and a Doug Ubin. They have both been connected.
Mr. Markey and Mr. Ubin, can you please turn on your microphones and your cameras, please? All right, I see you both. Mr. Ubin, could you state your name, please?
Yeah, Doug Ubin with Phelps Engineering.
Ubin, I'm sorry. Thank you, sir. Could you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And Mr. Markey, could you state your full name, please?
Jim Markey.
And would you please raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Gentlemen, are you both here on behalf of the owner and applicant, correct?
Yes.
That's correct.
Thank you. Is there any opposition online or support that has not raised their hand to be promoted?
No one else has raised their hand.
All right. Gentlemen, have you reviewed the staff report connected with your application today for a special use permit?
Yes.
Okay, and you're comfortable going forward with 4 board members to hear your case today?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Andrew, is this your case?
That's correct, Madam Chair.
Okay. Gentlemen, there are 9 exhibits that are listed on page 3 of the staff report. Do you have any objection to my admitting those 9 exhibits for the board to consider this morning?
No.
Okay. All right, Andrew, that has the PowerPoint in it, so let's start there and then we'll have questions for them, okay?
Okay. Okay. All right, good morning, everyone. I hope you can all see my screen. This is case CD SUP 2021-00088. The site location is in the old historic Northeast, and it is located right at the intersection of Independence Avenue and Hardesty Avenue. This is an existing McDonald's, but this site is located within the Independence Corridor overlay outlined in yellow. Any expansion or drive-through facility requires a special use permit. So that is why you're hearing this case. McDonald's recently purchased the parcel directly to the west, and they are looking to expand their dining room by 549 square feet, which triggered the special use permit, an expansion of a drive-through facility. This proposal will actually benefit the traffic circulation along Independence Avenue by moving the driveway farther to the west and away from this busy intersection. It also allows for smoother circulation for pedestrians and vehicles at this fairly busy McDonald's. The applicant has provided a landscape plan that complies with our code. Their building materials comply with the Independence Corridor overlay, consisting of brick and meeting our transparency requirements on the addition. As I stated in my staff report, the applicant is still working with city staff on 2 small corrections related to stormwater and a utility plan. The Likens neighborhood did support this project, and the applicant met with the neighborhood association. It is compatible with what's going on Independence Avenue in this area with the existing uses. It does not expand the drive-through lane. It is only increasing the lobby. And the City Plan Commission did recommend approval back in January for this case. And that concludes my presentation.
And Andrew, there were no conditions placed by the CPC, is that correct? The corrections are different than the conditions.
Right. No additional corrections or conditions, and they're still working with KC Water on 1 correction.
Okay. Gentlemen, I don't know who wants to speak, Mr. Ubben or Mr. Markey. I assume you're going to address that correction issue with the water department.
Go ahead, Doug.
Doug, can you hear me? I think we might have lost Doug. Can he hear us?
Doug is connected and his mic is not on, like if he's not muted. So I'm not sure what the issue is. Doug, can you hear us?
I don't think you can.
Okay, I don't recall what the specific water issue is, but we have reviewed utility plans significantly on this project, and we're more than willing to address any issues they have. But this expansion itself is actually away from the typical entrance of the utilities into the building. So it should not be affected.
Okay. Andrew, can you elaborate? What's the water issue, just so the board understands it?
Yes, and I've been working with Doug and Casey Water, serving as a liaison or a planner. That is our job, to manage these projects. And it's just based on a calculation related to stormwater runoff. And the other correction, I have been given permission from land development to remove that, as we discussed it more.
Okay, just so we understood. All right. Board members, do you have questions for the applicant in this case?
Madam Chairman,
Yes, Mr. Gorentz.
I do have a couple of questions. One is, I think it's a great idea. I assume this is the old Pizza Hut that you purchased?
Yes.
And then, so it's going to get you in and out of there a little easier than getting out on 24 Highway?
That's correct. We will expand over into that lot there, which obviously provides significant improvements into a vacant lot there. Also increases the green space associated with the building itself, but it improves the traffic flow in and out of the McDonald's itself. So, and then moving it, the entrance further away from a T intersection there, the adjacent roadway there, improves the traffic flow, sight lines, those types of things.
I have a crazy question about McDonald's. I noticed they removed the trash receptacle, so you can't throw your trash out and it ends up on the highway or the streets. I know it has nothing to do with building, but can that be looked at?
I will certainly bring it up to the operator of the restaurant there. So yeah, I don't know why they would have done that, but they can always. And this operator, I can tell you, is a very, very good operator, very concerned about those. So I'm meeting with them today and this afternoon for another project, and I'll bring that issue up to them at that time.
Well, I think that's a problem we need to solve with all the litter in our city. So thank you very much. Good looking plan.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
Madam Chair, Sarah, I just want to address a quick housekeeping issue. So because this case is in the Independence Corridor overlay, we need to have that ordinance admitted as a separate exhibit because it's different from the zoning code. It's a separate document. So I'd suggest that we have an exhibit 10, and that would be ordinance 160513, which is the Independence Corridor overlay.
Okay, exhibit 10 will be admitted. Thank you, Ms. Baxter. Any other comments or questions? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion on this matter.
Madam Chair, in case number 88, I recommend the board approve the request in accordance with the site plan and staff reports located herein.
I have a motion for Mr. Ebbets. Do I have a second?
I second it.
I have a second from Mr. Gorentz. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. The request is granted. Thank you, gentlemen. Good luck with the new McDonald's.
Very good. Thank you for your time.
You're welcome. All right. Now let's move to docket item 6, case number 90 with an address of 7001 Siri Creek Parkway. Would the applicant and all other interested persons in this matter please raise their hands to be promoted?
I am promoting a Casey Clough and a Kevin Wilde.
All right.
They are both connected.
Okay. Trying to find them on my screen. Mr. Clough, can you hear me? Mr. Wilde, can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
I can hear you.
Okay, Mr. Clough, would you state your name, please?
My name is Casey Clough.
And would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Wilde, could you state your name, please?
Yes, it's Kevin Wild.
Oh, Wild, sorry. And would you please raise your right hand to take the oath? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Wild. Sorry about that, Mr. Wild. I
No
grew up
problem.
with people whose last name is spelled just like yours, but they say it Wilde. So
Not a problem at all.
it's interesting to me how people always pronounce their names. I oftentimes don't guess right, so I apologize. All right.
No problem.
There was no one else online interested in this case. Is that correct? And gentlemen, you're both here on behalf of the applicant, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Correct. All right, gentlemen, have you reviewed the staff report that is connected with your case?
Yes.
All right, on page 3 of that report, there's a list of 9 administrative exhibits that are connected to the matter. Do you have any objection to my admitting those for the board to consider this morning?
No.
Okay, exhibits 1 through 9 will be admitted. And Genevieve, is this one for you? Okay, if you would please make your presentation, and then we'll hear from the applicant.
Okay, hope you can all see my presentation.
Yes.
This is for item number 6 for special use permit, case 90. It's a special use permit for an accessory building for the Latter-day Saints Temple. Site is generally located in the Shoal Creek Valley area west of I-435. Here's an aerial view of the site. You can see the temple pretty clearly on the west side of the parcel, and the site is zoned R-0.5. So the proposed accessory building is outlined in yellow, and it will be located on the same parcel. So this requires a special use permit because it's expanding the religious assembly use of the temple, which is outlined in orange. It's also in a residential district, so it needs the special use permit. Here's a site plan for the proposed building. The accessory building will be used primarily for grounds maintenance, equipment storage, a little bit of office space, and a small retail store for LDS members. And here's a floor plan showing where all those uses will be. And additionally, here are the elevations provided, showing complementary building materials to the temple, keeping with a similar theme and color. And then this is just a street view from North Ewing Avenue, where the proposed building will go, located in between some of these trees here. And then these are just the approval criteria that are discussed more thoroughly in my staff report. And this case was heard at the February 1st CPC meeting, and the commission recommends approval with conditions. And that concludes my staff presentation.
Thank you, Genevieve. All right, gentlemen, just trying to look at the plan that she just showed us. So do you access this new building under your proposal from the street, or is it accessed from the existing property? So is there a curb cut where this building will be?
No, it's accessed from the existing property.
Okay, that's what I couldn't, she went by so fast. That's what I was just trying to understand. So you're not going to be entering the property from the location where the building is. You'll be coming in from where you enter for the church itself or the temple.
Correct. There are several entrances to that existing parking lot. We're utilizing those.
Okay, and I understand storage of equipment and office space, but walk me through this retail store. What's its hours of operation and how does that work? Just so I have a better understanding of that.
Absolutely. So the retail store is geared towards not necessarily merchandise, clothing, items, accessories that are for the patrons to the temple and of the faith. And the owner would like to have it directly adjacent to the temple on the temple property as a convenience to those who go to the temple, so that they have access to get clothing and other items that are available at that location.
So it's items for purchase, you're not gifting things to members of the community. Okay.
Yes.
And the hours of operation are what?
Generally, normal business hours. Casey, the owner's representative, is here with me. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it's general business hours, 8 to 5.
Yeah, so normally something like that, 8 to 5 or 9 to 5, something along those lines.
Okay. And I'm sure staff has looked at this, does parking change because they're operating a retail location within this church structure?
They are able to use all the existing parking that's there. There's a lot of parking.
We have made some additional adjustments for ADA to accommodate this building within the existing parking lot.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wild. I know there's things that change when you do something that's retail. Okay. All right, I just want to make sure that everything had been addressed. All right, board members, questions to the applicant about this additional structure on their property? Hearing no questions, then I would entertain a motion.
Chairman Otto, in case number 90, I recommend the board approve the request in accordance with staff report and site plan as highlighted.
Okay. I have a motion from Mr. Ebbets. Do I have a second?
A second.
I have a second from Mr. Gorentz. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. The request has been granted. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, then we'll move back to the next case, which is item number 12. And I think Ms. Jensen, this is your case. Is that correct?
Number 7, you mean?
What did I say? Oh, wait, oh, sorry.
You skipped way ahead of me.
Sorry, I did. That happened. I had marked yours off because I had put a mark on it because you were coming back. See, my system is failing me today. Okay, all right. Let's go to docket number 7, case number 92, with an address of North Green Hills Road and Northwest 90th Street. Ms. Jensen, would you state your name for the record, please?
Madam Chair, members of the board, my name is Patricia Jensen with the Rouse Fretz Law Firm with offices located at 4510 Bellevue. Here today on behalf of Quick Trip Corporation, and I believe Eric Eckhart, who is a representative of Quick Trip, is one of the attendees.
Okay.
I'm promoting Eric Eckhart now.
And while you're promoting him, is there anyone else online today who would like to either support or oppose this request for a special use permit? If so, please raise your hand and we'll promote you.
No one else has raised their hand.
Mr. Eckhart, can you state your name for the record, please?
Eric Eckhart.
Okay. And you're with the applicant, correct?
Yes, I'm with Quick Trip.
All right, Ms. Jensen and Mr. Eckhart, please raise your right hands and take the oath with me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you both. All right. This is Andrew, your case, please. Ms. Jensen, do you have any objection to my admitting administrative exhibits 1 through 9 listed in the staff report?
No, I do not, although I do want to make one correction, and I'm sure Andrew can confirm. In the staff report itself, it says that under the summary of request, it says it's for a drive-through facility located on 2.2 acres of property. This is not for a drive-through facility. It is to extend the approval for the convenience store with gas sales.
Okay.
I think that was just an error in not changing that item.
Andrew, do you agree?
I agree. There must have been a clerical error that I or someone did.
I'm going to admit exhibits 1 through 9, and Andrew, you may show the PowerPoint and the board will note the typographical issue within the staff report. But otherwise, those 9 exhibits are admitted. Okay, Andrew, go ahead with your PowerPoint and then we'll hear from Ms. Jensen.
Okay. All right. I almost tried to give you McDonald's again. This is for a Quick Trip at North Green Hills Road and Northwest 90th Street, not a drive-through facility. It's in the northwest quadrant of the city, like I said, near the airport. And also, as you can see here, it is adjacent to the recently built Menards. This area is undeveloped right now, but there is an approved plan for this kind of development to occur, including a gas station, gasoline and fuel sales. Here is our site plan. I selected this one highlighting the landscaping, pedestrian circulation. The applicant did a good job of working with staff on encouraging pedestrian circulation at this site. as future development comes through. The elevations, it is a quick trip. Everything complies with our zoning and development code. They did not ask for any exceptions. And you are seeing this because all gasoline and fuel sales require a special use permit. This was approved by the City Plan Commission on February 1st and approved with conditions. And that concludes my presentation.
Ms. Jensen, let's hear from you.
Madam Chair, you all might recall that you heard this case about in 2018, and you approved the special use permit at that time. We are asking for an extension of your approval as your approval lapsed because the zoning and development code requires that that lapses if we haven't pulled a building permit or a C of O hasn't been issued or the building or use hasn't been established. We did do the final plat and permitted all the public improvements through that. That was recorded, I believe, in February 2020 before the time period expired, but we did not actually pull the building permit. We are ready to move forward with construction of the building now, and we would request that you approve the extension of the special use permit or approve the new special use permit for this use. We did hold a public engagement meeting pursuant to the code, and we notified all the property owners within 300 feet for that public engagement meeting, and no one joined the call when we held our public engagement meeting. And as Andrew has stated, the City Plan Commission recommended approval. So we would request that you approve the special use permit.
And Ms. Jensen, it looks like the CPC had 9 conditions. Are you all in agreement with those?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Board members, do you understand this request and have questions for the applicant? Hearing no questions, I'd entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, in case 92, I recommend that the applicant's request for a special use permit be granted in accordance with the site plan and the staff report.
I have a motion from Mr. Banuki. Do I have a second?
Ebbets says second because he likes Quick Trip.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. I have a second for Mr. Ebbets. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion, and the request is granted. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm an equal opportunist at McDonald's or Quick Trip. I have. Oh, there you go. Yeah, I like a thing called Diet Coke, and they have both. So all good.
Thank you. I'm going to leave the meeting. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Ms. Jensen. All right. Board members, let's try to take a couple more cases, and then I want to take a rest break for 5 minutes, if that's okay with everyone. All right, so let's move on. I think we skipped number 8 and we go to number 9.
That is correct.
Which is docket number 154, and the address is 6601 North Park Plaza Drive. Would the applicant and all persons interested in this case please raise their hand to be promoted?
I am promoting in Anali Cruz. Anali, you need to accept the promotion. She is connected, and no one else has raised their hand.
Good morning, ma'am. Could you state your name, please?
Annalie Hernandez Cruz.
Ms. Hernandez Cruz, would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You're here seeking a special use per exception to the height of the fence, is that correct?
Correct.
And you understand today we have 4 board members, and that if you go forward, you have to get all 4 people to agree with you in order to obtain what you're asking.
Yes.
Okay. And in light of knowing that, you still wish to proceed and have the 4 board members handle this case, correct?
Correct.
Okay, all right, fair enough. All right, ma'am, have you reviewed the staff report that has been created and addresses your request?
Yes.
On page 2 of that report, there is a listing of 10 administrative exhibits. Do you have any objection to my admitting those for the board to consider this morning?
No.
Okay, exhibits 1 through 10 will be admitted. Najma, I believe you have a PowerPoint. Let's start there.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
So it's perfect that you can hear her dogs because that is the reason for her request.
Sorry.
So for us, we have docket number 9, CDBZA 2021-00154. This is located at 6601 North Park Plaza Drive in R7.5 zoning district for the approval of a special exception to the fence height requirements and the front yard setback. The subject site is located in the northern part of Kansas City. This is the subject site. As you can see, it's unique in shape. And as we have brought cases similar to this before the board before, the manner in which our code measures the front yard would consider this portion of her yard to be the front yard. So anything built in here has to be in line with what the code allows for in the front yard. These are pictures of the subject site and where the applicant intends to put up her fence. This is an outline of where she would like to have the fence located. The variance is for 2 feet special exception above what is allowed by code. I do not believe that there will be a substantial change, but I was unable to do a site visit. However, as we can see, it is behind the sidewalk, and I believe there was some neighbor concern about visibility in terms of traffic, but it is not blocking any more than what the sidewalk or this post here would, if that makes sense. If we need clarity, I can pull up Google Maps. A change in design may obviate the need for this variance, but may not be helpful to the applicant's request. Our code in chapter 27 is allowing for 4 feet in the front and side yards. The proposed fence height is 6 feet. This is a special exception in the amount of 2 feet. And that concludes my staff report.
Thank you, Najma. Ms. Hernandez Cruz, I understand we oftentimes get these corner lots that have this request. What kind of dogs do you have and why do you need to fence that area?
I have a Labrador Retriever and German Shepherd. So I would like to, they've always had a 6-foot fence. And we are currently having them like crates. So for other reasons and other cases we've heard, we just want to be able to, have our dogs in our property at all times, unless, we take them out, then they'll be on leash. That's one of the reasons we would like to have a 6-foot fence.
And are there other 6-foot fences on corner lots in your neighborhood?
I believe so. Yes.
Okay. Have you received any complaints or objections about this special exception from any of your neighbors?
No.
Okay. Board members have questions for the applicant. Yes, Mr. Gorens.
I'm sure the question is, what kind of material are you putting up? And you have an HOA that you belong to.
I'm not in one of the exhibits. It's basically that wood material. I don't know if that makes sense.
Is it going to be, is it like 4 or 6 inch pieces of wood posted upright, or are you trying to build things laterally this way?
No, it'll be upright, yeah.
Okay. So is it a solid wood fence that you're proposing be built?
Correct.
So in other words, you can't see through the slats. It's a solid piece of wood.
Yes.
And the other question Mr. Gorin had was, do you have a homes association that you are a member of or that neighborhood is subject to? And do they have any restrictions on the height of fences in your neighborhood?
Mm, not that I know.
There's a home association. I haven't received any communication from them that would have been an objection to this. The applicant was required to post notice, and she did that. So there was time in between if the home association or anyone in the neighborhood had objection to reach out to me.
I've noticed so up in the Northland that a lot of HOAs require 4-foot max. You know, if there's other ones that have it, then they broke that rule and she could do it probably, but the 4 foot is what an HOA usually says.
So, Ms. Hernandez-Cruz, you know, this board can grant an exception potentially. I think what Mr. Gorens is telling you is if your HOA doesn't allow this, you might still not be able to build it. So, because they may further restrict it. Do you want to have us vote on this case today, or do you want an opportunity for us to continue your case so you could talk to an HOA about whether or not this is allowed or not?
I would say if I have a question, if you guys vote and it is not allowed, what would the process look like after?
So if we continue this case, it would go, we'd have you come back in a month after, and that would give you 1 month to see whether or not there is a deed restriction on your property that disallows a fence at this location to be taller than 4 feet. There could be. I don't know. None of us on this board are aware of what your deed restrictions are, what bylaws or homes association documents your property is controlled by. So you'd have 1 month to try to ask around and find out if that exists and confirm that you have no problems with trying to put a taller fence there if this board would agree to allow you to do that. Your other option is if this board votes and allows what you want, that may just be one step and then it may not have gotten you anywhere. But it's up to you. You can do what you want and we'll make a decision.
I would like the board to vote now.
All right, Mr. Gorens, I'm sorry, you had another question?
I was just going to tell her if she's paying dues, and that confirms that she does have an HOA.
Okay.
Are you paying dues?
Are you paying homeowners dues, Ms. Hernandez-Cruz?
Yes.
Okay. And you still want this board to vote before you decide to do this?
And if I can step in, Anali, the dues that they're referring to are dues that would have been in addition to your mortgage or rent or insurance. It's a fee that would go directly to an association that like maintains the sidewalks or the grass, or it's a separate entity that everyone in the neighborhood buys into to keep the neighborhood updated and run your homeowners association.
Okay.
If you would like to wait, city staff can assist you with getting the information that we have on file for your homeowners association.
It's Ms. Hernandez-Cruz, it is no issue if you want a continuance, we'll grant one for this situation. I believe the board is well familiar with homeowners association having restrictions, which would prevent you from getting this without getting some sort of agreement with them if in fact it exists. I believe she's talking to a family member.
Yeah, I apologize.
That's okay. I just was telling everybody what's going on.
Yeah, I think I'll just go ahead and continue the case to be safe.
Okay, all right. So do I have a motion to continue this matter until April 12th?
So moved.
I have a motion for Mr. Vanucci. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second for Mr. Gorence. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. The matter is continued until the 12th. And Ms. Hernandez Cruz, I just want to clarify something. I was mixing rules in my head. You don't need all four of us to vote in your favor. You actually need a majority of us because this is a special height fence. So when you come back in a month, you need at least three of us to agree with you. Okay? All right. All right. Thank you very much. Let's take one more case and then we'll take a brief break. Let's go on to docket number 10, case number 157. The address is 130 East Linwood Boulevard with the applicant and all interested persons online. Please raise your hand to be promoted so that we can address this matter.
We have a Jasmine and a Minnie. I think I asked. Oh, there she is. Sorry, the Zoom's running a little slow today.
Okay.
They are both connected.
Okay, let's see if I see them. I see Ms. Sangha. And where is the other? And Ms. Powell. Ms. Sangha, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you state your name, please?
Jasmine Sangha.
Ms. Sangha, would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And you're here on behalf of the applicant?
Yes.
Okay, and Ms. Powell, can you hear me? Can you turn on your microphone and camera? I don't know if she can hear me.
I can hear you.
Okay, Ms. Powell, can you state your name, please?
Gurpreet Sangha. My nickname is Minnie Sangha.
Sangha, okay. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and ma'am, could you spell your full name for the court reporters just so that we have that? I know you go by Minnie, but what is your given name?
Gurpreet, Gurpreet, Sangha, Sangha.
Okay, thank you very much. Ladies, have you had a chance to review the staff report that has been created by city staff as it relates to your application for variance? I'm sorry, for variance, yes.
Yes.
Okay, and you both understand that there are 4 board members here today and that with the variance, you would have to convince all 4 of us to grant what you're asking.
Yes.
Okay, and you wish to proceed, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Then back to the staff reports. They're on page 3 of the staff report. There's a listing of administrative exhibits that number 1 through 9. Do you have any objection to our admitting those for the board to consider this morning?
No objections.
Okay. Exhibits 1 through 9 will be admitted. Jared, I think you're on this case. If you would please present, and then we'll hear from the applicant.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before us, we have docket item number 10, this is CDBZA 2021-00157, located at 130 East Linwood Boulevard The zoning is B3-2. It is abutting residential, which is what is necessitating a variance here. The applicant is seeking approval of a variance to the rear yard setback requirements. So this is the location of the subject site in relation to the rest of the city. It's within the confines of the Midtown Plaza area plan. It is across from Home Depot on East Linwood Boulevard between Main Street and Gillum. This is a site plan of the existing building and the proposed addition. To the north is a residential property, which means the abutting property line has the same setback as the residential property. So this existing building and the addition need a variance because they're within that rear setback. The addition will be 800 square feet. So the case factors for this case, it is 11.9 feet larger than what is allowed. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated, given that the building is already within the rear yard setback. A change in design would be necessary to obviate the variance for the addition. The existing structure could not obviate the need for a variance. And I apologize, there is no variance B, so that heading up there is unnecessary. With that, I will conclude my presentation.
All right, do we have a site plan on what's proposed, Mr. Clements? Did I miss that?
One moment.
Other than just the one you showed us? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's all we have.
That's all we have. Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Let's talk with the applicants then. So describe for us why you need this addition and why you believe we should grant the variance to the existing building.
The owner is doing significantly more business than they were in the past, so they just need more space for retail. And the way the property is, the plumbing and everything isn't that part of the building, so it'd be easiest to do the addition right adjacent to where the existing building is.
Okay. And what kind of building, what kind of business is this, ma'am?
This is a liquor store.
A liquor store?
Yes.
Okay. And what kind of, I'm looking at the site plan, I guess. Does it propose all the parking that will be available on this site? So there's only parking right in front of the building, is that correct? Yeah. Okay. Yes. So with this addition, are you adding additional parking spaces? Or are those currently?
We will be adding additional parking spaces.
Okay. So currently there are only spaces just in front of the existing 2,200 square foot building?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Sorry. Have you had any concerns from neighbors about this expansion?
Not that we're aware of. And we did post all the notices.
And Madam Chair, there is one more individual raising their hand.
Okay.
In the attendees list. Would you like me to admit them so you can
Yes,
swear them in?
Yeah.
Steve Bowling.
Okay.
It's being promoted. He is connected.
All right, Mr. Bowling, can you hear me? This is Ms. Otto. Mr. Bowling, can you hear me? If you can, Mr. Bowling, can you turn on your camera and microphone? Thank you. Mr. Bowling.
Yeah, I apologize. I was raising my hand to be admitted. I'm owner of Hive Design Collaborative,
Good.
Working with Jasmine. So I'm a part of the applicant.
Oh, okay. All right. Mr. Bowling, would you state your name, please?
Steve Bowling, Bowling.
And would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. Do you have any other information than what Jasmine provided as to parking or concerns from the neighbors about this expansion?
I do not.
Okay. Is this expansion going to change the hours of operation of the business?
No.
Okay. All right. Board members, do you have questions from the applicant?
I do, Mark Ebbets. Are you expanding to the east or to the west of the existing building?
To the east.
I go by there on occasion, it seems like there's some trash issues. Do you have enough trash receptacles out front? Sometimes you see, I go by maybe 7:30, 8 o'clock at night on the way back from Costco and happen to see people loitering. Can you address that with me, please?
Minnie?
We have some Mexicans who come and try to hide behind the trash cans. So that's why we want to expand the building so we can build in new trash, and we have more cameras out there and they don't hang around there.
Okay, so again, that's just one concern I have. By expanding the location, I'm hopeful that you can control those issues.
We are constantly in touch with the metro people, and anytime we see people hanging around there, we call them and they come and take care of the security and move them from there. We just don't want them to hide behind our buildings.
Do you employ your own security force or security guard?
No, we just have we have just installed new cameras and we just call the metro people.
And is there any fencing to the rear of the building?
Yes, we have a wall and a wooden fence.
Okay. Mr. Ebbets, what other questions do you have?
That's all the concerns I have for that store. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions from board members? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion on this case.
Madam Chair, in light of the existing building, I'd like to move that in case number 157, the applicant's request be granted in accordance with the site plan and the staff report.
I have a motion from Mr. Banuki. Do I have a second? Do I have a second? It appears that that motion fails for lack of a second. Do I have a different motion?
Chairman Otto, Mark Ebbets here. It's with a concern I have for the property. So help me out. Does it take one vote to kill it, or do we need all four?
In this case, all four people have to agree to grant the variance. I mean, at this point, it's going to fail if I can't get a motion. It's going to fail because I can't get a motion.
If I can speak for a second, would it be helpful to provide more information regarding some of the improvements that would be provided to the site and the existing building?
It might. I will give you an opportunity. If there's something else you think you can convince, I don't know how the board's going to vote, but I'm having an issue getting a second. So please go ahead.
Can we request a continuance to be able to provide additional information?
What additional information would you be providing?
Perhaps some elevations or just additional architectural drawings that could address some of the concerns that Mr. Ebbets brought up.
I'm one board member, but that might perhaps address his concerns. I have some too. So, okay. So let's, board members, I think our next board meeting is the 12th. Let me ask staff, how is that docket looking in terms of number of cases at this point? Is there some reason we should consider moving this to the May meeting?
Madam Chair, so at this point, the April docket is looking quite full, and we have yet to reach the application deadline for the April meeting.
Right. Ma'am, I think it's in the best board's interest and yours to give you more than 30 days because we're getting very backed up. So would you be opposed to a continuance into our May meeting, which would be May the 10th? That give you time to present more information. You understand you'll still have the same 4 board members at that time, okay?
Understand.
Okay, all right, I think that's what she's requesting. So do I have a motion from a board member to continue this matter until May 10th?
So moved.
I have a motion from Mr. Banuki. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Ebbets. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This matter's continued to May 10th. Thank you very much. Okay, folks, we're going to just take a 5-minute break and we'll be right back to hear additional cases, okay? While we're doing that, so number 12 has many subparts, but I'm calling all 6 of those matters at the same time. Is that correct?
That is correct. Items 12.1 through 6 are all companion cases. They're in the same development.
That's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure I had read my docket information correctly. Okay, folks, we'll be back in 5 minutes. As soon as everyone's back, we'll begin again. I'll just have everybody turn their cameras on so I know all the staff is back and board members. Sarah, while we're waiting, will we need separate votes on each of these cases? There's one staff report, it looks like, for everything. Or we're waiting.
They're each separate properties, so we would prefer separate votes.
Okay, that's why I'm asking. I sometimes you want them in mass, but sometimes you don't, and I want to know why. So that's all good. Okay. All right. I think we have everybody back. Is that correct? 1, 2, 3. Yep, we do. Okay. Let's move on to the next case then, which is item 12 that actually contains 6 different properties, but it's all related. So the case docket numbers are 12.1 through 12.6. The case numbers are case numbers 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 respectfully. The addresses are 2100 Garfield Avenue, 2009 Garfield, 2101 Euclid, 2104 Brooklyn, 2108 Garfield, and 2111 Garfield. Would the applicant and all interested parties in any of these properties or this case matter, please raise your hand to be promoted.
I'm promoting Will England and Carol Thomas.
If you're here in opposition or support on any of these matters, please raise your hand to be promoted.
Will has been connected, and so has Carol.
Mr. England.
Sorry to interrupt, and an Abby Tillman. Oh, hold on. Sorry, she disappeared.
Okay.
That might have been a mistake. Sorry for interrupting.
That's all right. No problem. All right. Mr. England, can you turn on your microphone, please? Can you state your name, please?
Will England.
And are you here on behalf of the applicant?
I am.
For all 6 properties, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Would you raise your hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And Ms. Thomas, could you state your name, please?
Hi, yes, my name is Carol Thomas.
Okay, would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And are you here in support or opposition of this case or connected to the applicant?
I'm here as a representative of the neighborhood. We knew nothing about any of this, so I'm really kind of here to get information to share with the residents because this was quite a surprise to us that something was happening and we didn't know. So, long story short.
So, Mr. England, we have a lot of requests, I think, for variance here today. Have you tried to meet with the homeowners association to address if there's any concerns or objections to what you're proposing at these 6 properties?
Not directly with the association itself, but we have gotten several letters of support that our realtors are able to get from neighbors in the area. Okay.
All right. Well, Mr. England, you understand that there are 4 board members here today and that your request require variance request for which there will have to be 4 affirmative votes to grant the same. In light of that and some concerns about the neighbors, do you still wish to have this case heard today by the 4 board members?
Yes.
Okay. All right. All right. Let's proceed and then we'll see how this one goes then. Mr. England, have you reviewed the staff report that is connected with your request for variance?
I have.
There are 10 administrative exhibits listed in that staff report. At the end of it, do you have any objection to my admitting those 10 items for the board to consider today as we hear your case?
No, I do not.
Okay. Exhibits 1 through 10 will be admitted. And Najma, I believe you have this case. Would you please proceed?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, everyone. Before us, we have docket item number 12.1 through 12.6. It shouldn't be that long. I tried to condense it as much as possible. So I will not repeat the addresses, they are on the screen and Sherwin Auto has already set them, but various addresses on Garfield and Euclid and one on Brooklyn are requesting variances to the rear yard setback on several lots in a UR district and the Wendell Phillips neighborhood. The UR district outlined a potential setback of 25 feet, and the average home on this lot has, sorry, not moving, has about 22 or more feet in their setback. These are the addresses for each case, color coded, and the lot that they're on. This is another view with the aerial base map, so you all can see the existing homes, many of which existed prior to the passage of the UR district. And this is the approved development plan for this UR district. As you can see here, the UR outlines a 25 front yard setback. However, based on the scale of the drawing, we have made a direct city planning and development administrative decision that that same applies to the rear yard. I'll just go through these rather quickly. The first case, number 2, is requesting a rear yard setback of 10.22 feet, requesting a variance of 14.78 feet. For all of these requests, the applicant is not expected to produce a substantial change to the neighborhood. However, as I said, the majority of the homes in this area have a rear yard setback of 20 feet or more. The change in design would obviate a need for this variance, and the applicant could also request a UR major amendment to meet this request. Next, we have case number 3, requesting a rear yard setback of 13.95 feet, requesting a variance of 11.05 feet. 4, a rear yard setback of 8.07 feet with a variance in the amount of 16.93 feet. 5th, 15.25 feet is being provided, requesting a variance for 14.75 feet. 6th, 9.88 feet is being provided, requesting a variance of 15.22 feet. And lastly, we have a 7.75 foot rear yard setback, requesting a variance of 17.25 feet. This is an overview of the required rear yard setback based on the UR ordinance number 001636 of 25 feet and the various proposed rear yard setback and variance amounts therein. And this concludes my staff report.
Okay, so let me make sure I understand this. So these homes are constructed so they have a street running in the front and the back of them, both? Okay.
Yes, ma'am, I will show the.
Yeah, that's interesting. So that's why I'm asking this question. Okay, so, and if I understand your presentation, Najma, most of the existing homes do not meet that 25-foot rear yard setback that you're requiring of this applicant?
Right. So I believe that if Joe were here, but the director's decision would have been slightly different had it been in line closer with the existing homes. But because the variance requests are more than 10 feet on most all of these properties, and they have the option to do a UR major amendment. If it's okay, I'll go backwards, sorry. They have the opportunity to do a UR major amendment without requesting any variance at all. That is why we're making this determination. These homes, as I said before, were built prior to the passage of that ordinance. And so they were under the district that was there prior to it being a UR zone, the lot and building standards required by that zoning district.
Okay. Mr. England, are all of these homes, are they 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom, 4-bedroom homes? What are they?
I believe they're all 4-bedroom homes.
No, they're not. Some of them are 3 and some are 4.
I'm talking about the ones he's building, not the ones that are existing.
sorry.
I'm sorry. No, that's
I'm
okay.
sorry. I
That's okay,
apologize.
Ms. Thomas. That's okay. That's all right. My question was maybe not clear to him, but I was directing it to him. So, so these are the new construction are going to have 4 bedrooms. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So if you built smaller homes, would you need the setback variance?
I'm not sure about that, ma'am. And unfortunately, that's where our hardship comes in with the architectural plans we've already drafted and all the work we've put in. We're at our limit with our resources and our time, unfortunately.
And so people, what's considered the front of these homes? I don't have a street view of this. So what's the, what is, explain to me, Mr. England, what does the street view look like?
So I believe Najma there is pointing to it. So they're facing the middle line there in between the homes. It's just an alley where the back of the homes approaching.
Okay.
And the main streets are around them.
Okay. So where you're asking for the setback variance is always to the rear of the home and would be abutting an alley behind the adjoining party's home. Okay.
Correct. Just
All
to the alleys.
And can I speak to that, please? Because I don't want you to minimize. That alleyway is a drive. It's a private drive that takes us all to our garages. So if there is encroachment on that, then you're going to change how those of us who are already there are going to be able to get into that area and get to our garages. So if any of those lengthening or whatever is the proper terminology that goes out into that alleyway, now you're taking up our space. I mean, it is literally a one-way alley. You're either going one way south or you're going one way north. It's not a 2-car width street. It's basically just the alleyway that was constructed for all of the homes because all of the driveways are in the back. The garages and driveways are in the back. So if anything happens to that, then it has an impact on how we come and go into our homes.
Okay, so let me ask Mr. England this. I'm trying to look at a diagram. How will these proposed homes gain access? Is there a garage? Explain to, I can't tell from what I've seen how they're going to be configured.
Yes, so the garage is going to be in the back. So you see where the actual house approaches the alleyway. The end of the house there is the garage. So I understand what Ms. Thomas is saying, worrying about taking up more of that space, which isn't what we want to do. We want to make sure that they still have their entire alleyway there, the drive. But that garage still leaves plenty of room for there to be space there.
So what you're proposing is if we grant this variance for all 6 of these, that they would have a garage at the rear of the home. There would be a concrete parking pad that would abut the alley, but not encroach into it.
Correct.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Okay. All right. Ms. Thomas, do you have any other objections to them having a variance so that these homes are a little bit, they reach a little bit into the rear yard setback?
No, as long as they don't impact how we access. Actually, that picture is my backyard right there, the one with the fence on the right.
Okay.
And so this is what I want to avoid, that we don't lose this little bit of space that we have here in this drive. So as long as you're saying to me that it will not encroach upon that drive, then we're good with that. That was the main concern of the neighborhood, was that please don't touch this alleyway. That's all we got.
Okay. I don't think they're proposing that, but it's good to hear from neighbors and their concerns.
Yes. We're happy that somebody's going to build in there. We don't want to lose our space.
Okay. Understood. All right. Mr. England, is there anything else you want the board to understand about what you're proposing at these 6 locations?
No, I think we've touched on everything.
Okay.
I appreciate it.
Board members, do you have questions for the applicant or Ms. Thomas or staff?
Madam Chair, there's one more person who's raised their hand in the meantime.
Okay. Please promote them if they're interested in the case. We need to hear from them.
Their full name is not reflected in their username, but an N. Bailey.
Okay.
N. Bailey, you have to accept the promotion. If you wish to speak on this subject matter. They have been connected.
The person that just joined who has the handle nbailey30, please turn on your microphone and camera if you wish to speak on this case.
That's Nicole. That's one of our other neighbors.
Okay.
Nicole, can you hear me?
I'm glad you can recognize her.
Yes.
Ms. Bailey, can you hear me?
I can hear you, but I do not have my camera connected.
Okay, well, let me do this. Can you state your name, Ms. Bailey?
Nicole Bailey.
And would you please raise your right hand and take the oath with me? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right. Are you here in opposition or support? And do you have a concern that has not already been addressed in this hearing?
I do not. Ms. Thomas clarified everything that I wanted to say.
Okay, thank you very much. As long as we've given people an opportunity, that's my concern. All right, board members, any questions for anyone? If not, I would entertain a motion on these cases. And if we're going to do that, we'll take them one by one because we need to do separate motions. So hearing no questions, I would first take a motion on docket 12.1 with an address of 2101 Garfield.
Madam Chair, in case number 2, I recommend that the applicant's request be granted in accordance with the site plan and staff report.
I have a motion from Mr. Banuki. Do I have a second?
A second.
I have a second from Mr. Gorence. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This matter has been granted. Moving then to the next item, do I have a motion?
Madam Chair, in case number 3, I recommend that the applicant's request be granted in accordance with the site plan and staff report.
I have a motion from Mr. Banuki. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Gorence. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, I just wanted to clarify that first we did 12.1 and then we did 12.2, correct?
Correct. We're on docket item. We're on case number 3 right now, and I have a motion pending, and I believe a second. And I said, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This request has been granted. Then moving on to the next case, which is case number 4. Do I have a motion?
Yes, Madam Chair, in case number 4, I recommend that the applicant's request be granted in accordance with the site plan and staff report.
And this is for 2101 Euclid. Do I have a second to that motion?
I second.
I have a second from Mr. Gorence. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This matter has been granted. Moving on to case number 5 with a street address of 2104 Brooklyn. Do I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I recommend in this case that the applicant's request be granted in accordance with the site plan and staff report.
Do I have a second?
I'm Gorence, second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This matter's been granted. Moving on then to case number 6 with an address of 2108 Garfield. Do I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I recommend that in case number 6, that the applicant's request be granted in accordance with the site plan and staff report.
And once again, do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This matter has been granted. And our final case is case number 7 with an address of 2111 Garfield. Do I have a motion?
Madam Chair, in this case, I move that the applicant's request be granted in accordance with the site plan and staff report.
I have a motion for Mr. Banuki. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second for Mr. Gorence. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes with this motion, and this matter has also been granted. Thank you, folks, very much for your appearance today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let's see. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more cases. Okay, let me ask the group. We are now at the noon hour. Does the group need to take a brief 20-minute lunch break? And then we return at around 12:30 and try to take the rest of the cases and finish those before 3 p.m. Is that acceptable to everyone? Madam Court Reporter, is that acceptable to you to take a half-hour break? Okay. All right, let's do that. To folks on the board, I apologize for this brief break, but now that we've moved to taking cases all day, we do take a brief lunch break to allow people so they're not starving by 3 p.m. So we're going to take a brief. We'll be back here at 12:30 and we'll try to finish up the remaining 6 cases that we have on the docket. That will be the plan. So bear with us for 30 minutes. We'll be back. Okay. if everyone is back at their desk or their cameras, could they please turn on so I know who's here so we can proceed with the remaining cases? Thank you. I think we're waiting for a couple. There's Tony. And I just saw Najma, so she's here. Waiting for Tom, I think. I haven't seen him pop back on yet. Tom Gorwitz, are you there? Oh, there he is. Okay. Okay, I think we're back with our quorum, and I saw Andrew and Najma, so I think, and Genevieve, I think they're there. So I think we're okay to proceed. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go back on the record and try to go through the remaining. I think we have 6 cases or so still to continue to handle. So unless my marks on my docket are incorrect, I think the next case is docket item 16. Case number 158 with an address of 3831 East 43rd Street. Would the applicant and all other persons interested in this case please raise your hand such that we can promote you so that we can address the request?
I am promoting a Charla Gamino. She is the applicant. There's also a Kevin Foster.
Okay.
Both are connected.
Okay, Ms. Gamino, if you could turn on your camera and microphone, please. And Mr. Foster, if you could do the same thing. Okay, Mr. Foster, I see you. Can you state your name, please?
My name is Kevin Foster.
And are you here for the applicant? Or are you here, you're part of the applicant, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and Ms. Gamino, can you hear me? Can you turn on your mic? Can you turn on your camera?
I believe it is on.
We cannot see you.
Okay. Hang on. Okay.
Yes, now I can see you. Okay. All right. Ma'am, could you state your full your name for the record, please?
Charla Gamino with Shirley Signs.
Okay. And Ms. Gamino, could you please raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. And Mr. Foster, could I also have you take the oath with me? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, Mr. Foster. All right. Folks, have you had a chance to review the staff report as it relates to your request for variance?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Do you have any objection to my admitting administrative exhibits 1 through 9 listed on the final page of the staff report? Okay. Exhibits 1 through 9 will be admitted. And Anna, is this one you're presenting? Okay, let's hear from Anna, and then folks will have questions for you, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, so right now we are focusing on 3831 East 43rd Street. The property is zoned UR, and the applicant is seeking approval of a sign variance to a digital monument sign. I did forget to include some information in the staff report. The prior cases associated with those, their previously approved UR plan are shared on the screen. We can omit those case numbers as an additional exhibit if needed. The UR plan does reference that all signs must comply with the zoning and development code. There was no unique sign plan attached to this UR plan. Thus, it is being reviewed through the lens of the zoning and development code. The site is located in the eastern portion of Kansas City. This is a close-up of the subject site. The Genesis School in question, it is sandwiched in between East 43rd Street and East 44th Street, and it is nestled in a existing residential zoning district. So per our zoning and development code, a digital monument sign can be established on site if it is within certain parameters from an adjacent residential zoning district, and residential zoning districts are currently surrounding this entire structure. Here is a close-up of the subject sign in question and its location, and you can see that it is roughly 60 feet from the zoning, the residential zoning district. The code currently requires 250. This is an image of the subject sign. It does meet the size requirements associated with a monument sign, but the variance in question is associated with that separation distance in between a residential zoning district and the sign. So they are proposing roughly a 79 feet. Yes, it's roughly around 79 feet. Let me go back. So the 60 feet and the 19 feet. I forgot to update this particular table, but it is 79 feet that they're requesting. The separation distance between the sign and the residential zoning district. And the requirement is 250, as I said before. My apologies. That concludes my presentation. I can answer any questions about this.
Okay, thank you, Anna. Ms. Gamino, Mr. Foster, is this the only location you can place this sign?
Yeah, there's no additional standoff available from Cleveland. We're trying to locate the sign both to increase awareness about where we are, as well as with the communication, be able to communicate with the neighborhood and families that are dropping their children off.
Does this sign have an electronic version to it?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
An electronic message center.
Okay, so that's what the center of the sign where in your example, it says the Education Express, that's the electronic changeable portion of the sign?
That's correct.
Okay. And is Cleveland the front of the school? I mean, explain to the board, I can't tell from the site plan.
So the building and the owner is the Greater Kansas City Boys and Girls Club.
Okay.
It is a dual site and a dual use sign.
Okay.
We would both use it to locate off of Cleveland our location, as well as communicate.
Okay. And have you discussed the sign's location with the neighboring residential homes that are across Cleveland, and have they voiced a concern?
I have spoken to Mr. Graham. We're in the Vineyard neighborhood about this, about the sign.
Are they opposed to it?
He was not opposed.
And so just so that I understand, the board understands this changeable, it's an electronic portion to this sign for these two different entities. Is that something that would be turned off like after 10 o'clock so that there would not be a glare from the sign to the neighbors across the street?
I'm going to defer to Ms. Camino about whether that's possible. It's certainly something that we would be willing to do.
I mean, we've had these questions in the past where you can't put the number of feet distance between the sign and the residence. And my understanding of some of the public policy considerations behind that ordinance is to keep some of the light noise, light pollution, I'm going to call it that. That's my term, from these residents.
Sure.
And some people don't really like flashing signs or electronic signs in their backyard. So,
I'm completely sympathetic to that. There is a gas station directly across the street on the corner of 43rd in Cleveland, which is maybe it's less than 100 yards. And there's another one, a BP station that is on the east side of Cleveland, just to the south.
Okay.
And it is not, the sign is maybe 75 yards from the traffic light on 43rd and Cleveland as well. But absolutely, we don't want anybody not to be able to sleep at night or anything because there's a flashing sign.
Yeah, and I see that convenience store. There seems to be at least in this photograph, there's a line of trees that might in some way shelter the residential neighborhood from that light pollution.
Yes, yes, and we designed the sign. It is between trees that are on the property and low enough that it's not, we didn't raise it up 30 feet in the air, and it's designed as best we can to fit within the existing landscape.
Okay. And I assume, Ms. Camino, that the lighting in this sign meets the ordinances in terms of what light is emanating from it. There are some limitations, right? So you're not going brighter than what is allowed by the ordinance.
No, ma'am.
All right, board members, what questions do you have about this request?
So, Mr. Foster, on the sign itself, it's not a digital sign per se. There's digital lights behind it, but it's a translucent sign. Is that what I hear you saying?
To jump in, Mr. Ebbets, it is a digital sign.
Just a portion of it. So I think the top part of it is a solid sign where the two entities' names are printed, but the middle portion of it, like if you see it on that sign, Mr. Ebbets, it says express something. What does it say?
Right, Education Express.
Yes.
So that's the changeable digital sign that they would change the message, and messages would, I assume, roll across there? Or could
not necessarily rolling, that it would be a change.
Oh, a changing, okay. Yeah. And then
like for them to notify of events at the school, things that are going on there.
and electronic signs are allowed at this location, correct, Anna?
Correct, if they are within that separation distance.
Right. That's what we're looking at here. And so that's why, I mean, so Mr. Foster, are the entities willing to shut the sign down so that it's not transmitting after 10 p.m. or something like that, or?
Yes, we're not, the intent of the sign is not to be able to advertise well into the evening. It's to increase awareness of the location and where we're at, as well as communicate about school and community events.
And I echo Chairman Otto's remarks on the timing of the sign, that it shuts down at a reasonable hour each evening. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments or questions for the applicant? Okay, hearing none, I would entertain a motion on this request for variance.
Chairman Otto, in case number 158, I recommend the applicant be granted their request in accordance with the site plan and staff reports.
I have a motion from Mr. Ebbets. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Banuki. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. The request has been granted. Thank you both very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, moving forward to the next case, which is docket number 17, case number 8, with an address of 5255 Ward Parkway. Would the applicant and all interested parties please raise their hands to be promoted, and we will address this request.
Kyle Rinhouse is the property owner. I am promoting him and HJM Architect.
Thank you, Anna. If the parties being promoted would please turn on your cameras and microphones, we'll start with identification. Okay. Mr. Rensenhouse, can you state your name, please, for the record?
Hi, Kyle Rensenhouse here.
Okay. And would you raise your hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. And I don't know who's here with HM Architect. Ma'am, could you state your name, please?
Yes, Bethany Dyke.
Ms. Dyke. Okay. Ms. Dyke, could you please raise your hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And could you spell your name for the court reporter, please, since we don't have it on your screen?
Sure. It's Bethany, Bethany, Dyke, Dyche.
D as in David?
D as in David.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, there's an echo today. Thank you very much. Just helps her trying to figure out who's who on the thing. All right. So, folks, we have your application for request for approval of an accessory structure in front of us. Have you had a chance to review the staff report that was created as it relates to your request today?
Yes.
Okay. On the last page of that report, there is a listing of administrative items that number 1 through 9. Do you have any objection to my admitting those for the board to consider those and reaching a decision this afternoon?
No.
Okay, exhibits 1 through 9 will be admitted. There is a PowerPoint. Najma, I'm going to have Najma make her presentation, and then folks will have questions or hear from you. Okay. And before I go, I think I've said this enough today, but I want to make sure, again, you're okay with going forward with 4 people that are here to hear the case, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, I thought everybody kind of heard that in the beginning. I'm trying to remember to ask one more time to make sure everybody's had a fair opportunity. Okay, all right, Najma, when you're ready.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you all see my screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yep. Before us, we have docket item number 17, case number CDBZA 2022-8. This is for 5255 Ward Parkway, located in an R6 zoning district. The applicant is seeking approval of variances to the accessory uses and structure standards and the Boulevard and Parkway standards. This subject site is located on Ward Parkway. And this is the fun site. It looks like a pie. They do not have a rear yard. Instead, they have 2 interior side yards and 1 very large front yard. This is a view of what the applicant is proposing. Their accessory structure will be located here, and this is Ward Parkway. To the left or to the west here, and that is where the Parkway and Boulevard standards come in. What I mentioned before about them not having the front yards, or the rear yard rather, creates this whole front as their front yard, and thus the accessory structure would be considered located in the front yard. My apologies, a lot of words there. This is a visual rendering of what the applicant is proposing their accessory structure to look like in elevations. The first variance is to locate the garage into the front yard, requesting a full variance to the setback requirements in 88-305. This will not produce a substantial change to the neighborhood character, and the difficulty cannot be obviated unless they move their house. The second variance is to locate the garage between the parkway and the residential structure. 88-323 states that an accessory structure cannot exist between the primary structure and the parkway. The applicant is requesting a full variance to the setback requirements. As stated before, this is a summary of my presentation, and that concludes my staff report.
Okay. Thank you, Najma. All right, folks, so is this, just so that I drive down Ford Parkway frequently, I live up the street a ways. Is this connected with the newer, more modern structure that's built right on the curve? No, okay.
No,
I'm
that's,
trying to place which house this goes to, yeah.
Right next door. So
Yeah.
essentially just below it.
Just below it, okay, all right. So
it's on the downslope. So as you're going down the hill, kind of turning around. So to visually see the house, you'd have to, as you were going down that downslope, you'd have to kind of look backward. And
Okay. So tell us why you need, I mean, I understand this is a pie-shaped lot, so you don't really have a backyard. Does the home itself have a garage already? Why do we need a second accessory structure? Let the board understand a little bit what you're doing and why.
Yeah, so it has a garage that's underneath the house that you can kind of get to through, as you go through the driveway, you pull around. It's a fairly small garage, one car garage. And so, I have another car. And so that's kind of the goal is to have a storage as well as another garage for the car.
And how visible will this structure be from the street itself?
Not very visible at all. Like I was mentioning, you'd have to turn back, look around. There's a lot of trees in the yard, so it would be very difficult to see the structure at all from the street.
Included in our application, there are street view shots of that were just below that site plan that was shown that can show you that as you come down the hill, it's wooded. We do not intend to remove any of those trees. They intend to stay. Also from that side, note that the topography of the lot is quite steep. So we will be sinking it. We're burying it 3 feet from that back end. So it will actually be sunken in. And then you won't be able to see it unless you are all the way around that curve and you're on the north side. If you're going north, you cannot see it going south on Ward Parkway. It's across the grassy knoll and the trees. But as you're going south, you would have to turn around and look back to see it. It's possible you could, but you would have to be a passenger. You are not going to be the driver doing that.
Okay, and this structure is within the square feet that is allowed. It's just the location that you're asking for a variance for, correct?
Correct. And we do also, this is not necessarily subject to this particular case, but we do meet all of the requirements for a side yard setback if we had a side yard.
Okay, that's interesting to know. Thank you, Ms. Dyke. All right, board members, do you have questions about this request in front of you?
I'll make a motion, Chairman Otto, if no one else has any other questions.
I'm hearing no other questions, so please go ahead.
So, Chairman, in case number 8, I recommend the applicant be granted their request in accordance with the site plan and staff report.
I have a motion from Mr. Ebbets. Do I have a second? I have a second from Mr. Banuki. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. The request has been granted. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
All right. Moving on to our next case, which is docket number 18, case number 9, with an address of 4800 Liberty Street. Would the applicant and all interested parties please raise their hands to be promoted?
I am promoting a Richard Fernan and a David Belapio. I am so sorry.
Belpedo.
Belpedo.
That's how I was going to pronounce it. So for once, I think I might have guessed right.
I apologize. As a person with a difficult name, you'd think I'd be better at this, but
it's all right. Like I always said, mine's spelled backwards and forwards. It's the same. So, all right. Mr. Belpedo.
We're close.
We were close. Is it Mr. Belpedo? Is that right?
Belpedio.
Belpedio. Okay, see, all of us were kind of getting it wrong. All right, Mr. Belpedio, could you please state your full name for the record?
David Belpedio.
Right. Could you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Mr. Is it Farnan? I'm sorry, you're muted. Can you unmute, please?
Okay.
Yes, sir. Can you state your full name, please?
Richard L. Farnan.
Mr. Farnan, go ahead.
4801 Wyoming Street, Kansas City, Missouri.
Could you please raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. And sir, Mr. Belpedio, you're here as the applicant, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Farnan, are you here in support of the applicant or in opposition?
In opposition.
All right. We're going to let him speak first, and then we'll have you speak. Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Belpedio, have you looked at the staff report that is connected to your application?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, on page 4, the final page, there's a listing of administrative exhibits that number 1 through 9. Any objection to my admitting those for the board to consider this afternoon?
No.
Okay, exhibits 1 through 9 will be admitted. Jared, you have this presentation. If you would make that presentation, then we'll hear from the applicant and the opposition.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before us, we have docket item number 18, CD BZA 2022-0009. The location is 4800 Liberty Street in zoning R-6. The applicant in this case is seeking approval of variances to the rear yard setback requirements, street side yard setback requirements, and parking area setback requirements to build an addition onto their home. The property is located within the confines of the Midtown Plaza area plan. A little closer up view, it's at the intersection of Liberty Street and West 48th Street there. So this is a site plan. I apologize that you'll kind of have to turn your head to read any of the text. It's the only way I could get it to fit onto the slide. So essentially they are building this addition onto their home along with a single car garage addition that will be within the rear yard setback of the property as well as the side yard setback, the street side yard that is. And also they're putting a concrete parking pad there, which will need a parking.
You didn't say that.
Mr. Farnan, I can hear you speaking to someone. I'm sorry. Just we can only take one person at once. So thank you. Go ahead. Sorry, Jared.
Oh, it's no problem. And so then there's a concrete parking pad that also the parking space itself has a setback requirement that would need a variance as well. So for the first variance, the rear yard setback, it is 15.26 feet, different than the requirement. Let's see, there is not a substantial change to the character of the neighborhood that we anticipate. A change in design would be necessary to obviate the need for a variance. Oh, I'm sorry, I have that for the wrong slide, but it's a change in design would be necessary to obviate the need for the variance. The existing structure is not within the rear yard setback. This one has the correct bottom text. There we go. So the street side yard setback for the structure is 12.65 feet as opposed to the 15 feet. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated. A change in design would be necessary to obviate the need for a variance for the addition. The existing structure is also within the street side yard setback, so it could not obviate the need for a variance. And then the parking space street side yard setback, the variance would be 6.54 with encroaching within the setback. Substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated. An additional parking space could not be placed without the variance. With that, I will conclude my presentation and I'll be here to answer any questions. I know there's a couple clerical mistakes there.
All right. Mr. Belpedio, why do you need this extra space at your home?
So I prepared a presentation which is included. Our real goal is to, my wife and I have been in the neighborhood for 5 years and we'd love to grow our family and stay in the neighborhood. As you can see in the presentation I've submitted, we have gotten close with a lot of neighbors, absolutely love the street, have invested in the street, the community, we're involved, etc. And so we want to stay there. And there's two reasons that we need this variance. One, to increase the livable space of the home, to accommodate ourselves, and we actually have our first child on the way. And secondly, to accommodate off-street parking. I pulled, we actually got our neighborhood newsletter the other day, and just in January, there was 6 thefts from vehicles and 4 motor vehicle thefts. And so not only are we hoping to be able to build an off-street single car garage to make things a little bit more convenient, but also safety. My wife and I both have been victims to theft in our vehicles when we park on the street. Both our cars have been broken into, unfortunately, a couple of times. And so we're really hoping that we can help protect ourselves and decrease that crime in the neighborhood by bringing one of our vehicles, if not 2, off the street. So we've had a lot of great discussion with our neighbors. Our dream would have been to build a 2-car garage. We didn't want to intrude or upset any neighbors, and so agreed to just move forward with the 1-car garage that we presented here, along with a parking pad that's currently already on the site to park that other vehicle off the street.
Okay, so does your proposal, I'm trying to understand it. So this is a 2-story addition. Is that true at the back?
The home is currently 2 stories, and so it's expanding both stories.
That's what but at the top of that 2-story, you intend to put a rooftop deck of some sort? Am I looking at your plan correctly?
That is over the garage. So that'll be on the first level.
Okay, so the garage is only going to be a 1-story.
Yes, ma'am.
Structure, but the addition to the home is going to be 2 stories.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
And so it's expanding the 2nd story that's already there to accommodate additional bedrooms and a bathroom.
Okay. And your neighbor that would be closest to this construction, you would be building closer to the rear of their property?
To the west.
Okay. Okay. Board members, do you have questions for the applicant before we hear from Mr. Farnan? Okay. Mr. Farnan, I'd like to hearing none, I'd like to hear from Mr. Farnan as to what his objections are to this so that we can fully understand those. Mr. Farnan, go ahead.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Unfortunately, I didn't get my letter sent in on time, and so you all have not been able to see it in detail. I'll try not to read the whole thing. First of all, I want to point out that this is Westwood Park neighborhood, not West Plaza. It's an R6 zone. The lot is a non-conforming lot. I would like to draw your attention, and while you're looking that up, I'll continue to 88-610-05-B, non-conforming structures. A non-conforming lot because it is 3,447.5 square feet and a R6, which requires a 6,000 square feet. The front of the house is within, it extends over the standard 25-foot setback. The side yard along 48th Street also is over the 10% standard setback. That's why I say this is a non-conforming lot and it's a non-conforming structure. While there are some considerations for expanding non-conforming structures, there are also some limits. The house was plotted, of course, and built long before the adoption of the 1954 zoning ordinances and has legal non-conforming status. The property benefits, as do many of these grandfathered lots, benefit significantly from the grandfather clause and then turn and want additional variances. So soon after this property was acquired, and I will point out, I believe the owner owns the 2 adjacent properties to the south. He paved much of the backyard. The extension of the house at ground level and at the upper level to the required rear yard setback, I don't think there's any problem with that. However, in the non-conforming lot and non-conforming structures, I believe that you are limited in expanding vertically, and that in order to take advantage of the grandfather clause, you must comply with all applicable lot and building standards. The addition of the garage does not, which is requiring a variance. I also point out that there is a safety issue about setting a garage that close to 48th Street. It's purely a safety issue, which is why the ordinance does require a setback. My calculation, based on the site plan, is that with the addition, the lot coverage will be nearly 70%. The two properties to the west, owned by Eddie Drake and Doris Drake, and the third property to the south of their two properties, have been experiencing for some time serious excess stormwater runoff. They have contacted the owner, who has not yet addressed their issue. They are alarmed to read the language of the notice, a request to approve variances to rear and side yard setbacks plus any other necessary variances. I understand that's your standard language. Consider what some people think when they read that. Oh my gosh, side yard, rear yard, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Anyway, I believe that the simplest solution here is to deny the garage addition, but also to please ask the owner to mitigate the current stormwater runoff and provide some strategy that it will not be even more significant if these variances are granted. Again, 88-610-05-B, non-conforming structures. I hope someone's taken the opportunity to look that up. If not, I can read it to you. I also want to point out that, may be neither here nor there, that the second floor addition means that the FAR for this property is going to be far in excess of any of the neighbors. The house is in Westwood Park. It is surrounded by one-story bungalows. To tell me that this can be done as staff reports without any impact on the neighborhood is hard to believe. I hope that the BZA would understand. Oh, I finally want to point out that one of the things that was submitted by the owner was a diagram showing little red hearts on some of the neighbor properties, and then little red hearts and green check marks on other properties. I want to assure you that the two properties to the west, owned by Doris Drake and Eddie Drake, do not sign the letter that the owner presented them with and asked them to sign. Others obviously did. They did not sign it. They do not like this. They are very concerned about additional damage due to stormwater runoff if these variances are approved. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Farnan. Mr. Petio, I'm sorry, Mr. Belpedio. I guess my question is you are, in my opinion, filling up this entire lot with this proposal, and you're building very close to the property line. Do any of the other houses in this neighborhood have garages?
Yes.
Okay. And are they attached or are they separate structures?
It's a mix.
And are those lots bigger than your lot?
Not all of them.
Where's the closest one that would be the same size lot that has an off-street garage?
1, 2, 3 houses to the south.
On your side of the street or on a different street?
On my side of the street.
Okay. So is that one where you have put a star and a heart both on the property, and there is a structure to the rear of the home?
It's just one with a heart.
Okay. So that lot seems a little bit wider than your lot.
Yes.
And that house also has some green space still behind it because they haven't expanded the house like you're proposing, correct?
Yes.
Have you been told by your neighbors to the west that they have stormwater issues?
Yes, and Madam Chair, do I have an opportunity? I want to do whatever is appropriate to walk through Mr. Farnan's points that he brought up, because I did read his opposition letter and have come up with responses.
You can answer my questions first and then we'll let you.
Okay. I just didn't know, because yes, we have.
Okay. And so you received those complaints, and have you done anything to try to address them?
Yes, and I would not classify them as complaints.
Okay. How would you classify them?
As a discussion.
Okay. What was the discussion?
So we are friendly with Doris and Ed, who Mr. Farnan pointed out own the 2 homes just to the west. We have talked to them frequently. The pavement that you see is and has been in place for at least 5 years. I think quite a bit longer than that. I'm just speaking to how long we've owned the home. And we have invested significant money, research, time to mitigate the water problems that we personally were having, and have teamed up with the Drakes to the west to discuss what water problems they're having. And so some of that mitigation includes installing French drains, rerouting the water, changing the slope of the driveway, etc. And I've had talks with Mr. Drake many times and have encouraged him to bring forward proposals, ideas, recommendations from his plumber, etc., landscaper. We've both been out there during the rainstorms to try to see where he believes the water from our property is coming, and have asked him again to engage a professional, because we've engaged a professional landscaper and plumber to help mitigate the water on our end, and it has. And the latest is Mr. Drake believes that when it rains, the water from our property is going down to his property and flooding his basement. However, our plumbers, landscapers, everything we've done, there's not the conclusion that that is what's happening. And so we just continue to work with him and propose that we are good, friendly neighbors, and we'll figure out how we can help.
Okay. So what else do you want us to hear from you, since you've answered my questions?
Okay, so Mr. Farnan, and again, we've gone through the neighborhood and talked to everybody. Everyone's very excited for this home that we have purchased was a rental from an out-of-state investor that had been let go for many years. There is really no rear yard landscaping, which is why we plan to improve the front yard landscaping. Mr. Farnan mentioned a front and a side yard variance. Also mentioned that those had been in place since the 1954 adoption of the new zoning. And so we're just asking for those for the current house that is in place per Jared's recommendation. So there's nothing that we're changing from that aspect. Mr. Farnan also mentioned the paved rear yard. Again, that has been that way for the 5 years we've owned the home we're in, which is just to the south of this home, and exists as it is in the drawings now. The safety issue. So Mr. Farnan's home is just 2 blocks to the west. And if you look at a map and also at the variance application that he submitted, his garage is exactly what we're proposing for ours. So Mr. Farnan asked for the same variance to get a garage off of 48th Street, entry off 48th Street for his corner lot home. And our garage would function in the exact same manner. And so from a safety standpoint, you know, we see Mr. Farnan and his wife walk their big white dog all the time, and we want to create a safe sidewalk for people to come up and down. And so we're open to discussing ideas on why there's the concern about safety there. We saw it as taking cars off the street to help make our neighborhood safer and less theft related to vehicles. I'm not sure what other safety issue we can help address there, but we were trying to do exactly that, is make the neighborhood safer. And so in doing all this, you know, we've worked really hard to work with the neighbors to come up with something that everybody's happy with, and believe that we have presented just that.
Okay, so the neighboring house, do you own 3 houses in a row on Liberty Street? Is that what I understood?
My wife and I own 4804 Liberty, which is the subject property just to the south. And then my sister owns the property just to the south of that, 4806.
Okay.
And we decided to buy this house because, as I said, the out-of-state investor had let it go so far that we constantly had concerns and troubles with them. And after 3 long years of negotiations, we're able to acquire this property to improve it, the corner, and the neighborhood.
So you're not currently living in the house in question?
No, it is uninhabitable due to the prior owner lack of maintenance.
But your intent is to move into it?
Yes, ma'am. If we can do these remodels. Like I said, we understand that we are in the Westwood neighborhood. Unfortunately, that we pay our dues, and I'm friends with the president. It's not a very active neighborhood association, unlike the West Plaza one, which we are actively involved in, have talked to the board, have a letter of non-opposition, et cetera, et cetera. But we want to stay in this neighborhood, and to do that, we need to adjust the home a little bit. Again, we talked to the neighbors. We said, would you rather see us do a remodel and invest in this way to help us be able to live here long term? Or would you rather us tear it down, build something new? Had a lot of comments that the preference was strongly to keep the home, maintain the historic elements, as Mr. Farnan said, maintain the way the Westwood looks, kind of keep with that vibe, rather than build the tall 3-story new builds that you're seeing with 2-car garages, et cetera. And so we really tried to work that way and find a happy medium where we could keep the characteristic of the home in the neighborhood rather than do a tear down new build and get, you know, kind of what we wanted there.
Okay. All right. Board members, do you understand or have questions for the applicant or for Mr. Farnan?
Mr. Farnan, Mark Evans here.
Yes.
I believe they're building a new home on 48th Street, maybe 2 blocks east of this one. Is that correct? Or are you guys familiar with that?
Yes, they are.
I'm sorry, Mr. Farnan, are you?
Yes, 48th Street at Mercier, I believe, or Terrace.
And I kind of agree with Mr. Belpedio that there are a lot of rehabs going on and new construction in the neighborhood.
In West Plaza, sir. This is Westwood Park, not West Plaza.
Okay. And does Westwood Park go as far as Jarbo?
It goes to the property line between Liberty and Terrace. So this is clearly an R6 Westwood Park neighborhood.
Okay.
All right. This is clearly a non-conforming structure and a non-conforming lot. Could I add something?
Of course.
I did, as Mr. Belpedio has pointed out, applied for a variance in 2003, I believe it was, to place a detached garage close in alignment with my house. It was rejected, sir. It was moved back 15 feet from the property line, which is where it was built and where it stands today. I think that was very misleading of him to try to point out that he thinks I somehow benefited from a variance that I'm suggesting he should not benefit from. That's not fair, sir. So again, I just, I don't really see any big objection to his addition as long as it conforms with the current lot and building standards, because his front yard doesn't and his side yard doesn't. And I believe then that he cannot then further encroach on the side yard as well. My objection is to the garage and to the nearly 70% lot coverage. And so I want to point out too that the property has a driveway, a concrete driveway on the south side that leads to the backyard where there is, or always was, a single car garage. It was an inconvenient one. It's a narrow one. It's like most of the others in this neighborhood, single car garages that are now considered substandard. So there are opportunities to get his cars off the street without building this garage and without paving the entire backyard of all these properties. Thank you. I'm taking too much time.
That's okay.
Appreciate the opportunity. I hope that you all will understand my objections.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Okay. Board members, other questions for the applicant?
Am I able to say one more thing?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, wonderful. And we did, again, discuss with the neighbors the preference on what the garage would look like, whether detached made more sense or attached or just a concrete parking slab, if you will. And so we did ask preference of the neighborhood. And again, preference was in the end an attached garage that looked like it had always been a part of the existing structure. So to tie in the foundation, tie in the new addition to make it look like it belonged to the old. And so again, wanted to emphasize that we took a lot of time, took a lot of effort, talked to the neighbors, what is the preference, and execute that preference. As Mr. Farnan said, yes, there is a drive on the south side. Another reason my wife and I wanted to acquire this home is because it is a shared drive. And so it only allows for two vehicles to use that drive. And so it doesn't allow for both homes to have off-street parking.
So you're saying that the house that you're proposing to be changed shares the driveway with your sister's home?
With our current home.
With your current home. So are you going to sell your current home if you get this? I mean, what's the plan with your current home?
We would move into this new home, yes.
And would you sell the other home?
Yes.
Yeah. So they access the shared drive now as you access that from Liberty Street, or you access that from West 48th Street?
From Liberty Street. And then the access for the 4800 Liberty Street, the subject property here, would be from 48th Street. And the garage that Mr. Farnan mentioned, yes, there's a garage at our current home. It is because of the slope that we had to change the driveway to accommodate the water flow needs. The slope is not deep enough to get into the garage, so it's an unusable garage.
Okay. All right. I think the board understands this request, but let me just make sure. Any further questions? All right. Hearing none, I would entertain a motion on this request. Do I have a motion?
Well, Chairman Otto, I wonder if Mr. Belpedio could maybe come back and see if he can revise some of his requests. To see, he's got 3 variance requests out there. one of which I don't really have a problem with. One I do have a problem with. So I wonder if you could maybe go back to the drawing boards on this one.
Okay, well, I think Mr. Belpedio, what Mr. Ebbets is trying to tell you, we had the 4 board members, which you agreed to take today. And if you lose one of us, you lose what you're requesting. So it appears that for one comment, and I don't know how others are going to vote, that you have some issues. So, you know, I guess we can hear from Mr. Ebbets and see what his concerns are to see if it's something that you want to go back and continue this case and deal with. Mr. Ebbets, what do you have an issue with? And I don't know what others have an issue with, so.
I was really looking more at the rear yard setbacks and the concern of the neighbors about the water runoffs, things like that. So that was the part that was concerning me. But again, I haven't reviewed your case as much as I should, Mr. Belpedio, because I was busy this week and I just didn't review all the cases.
Well, thank you. And I appreciate that. As I mentioned, and Jared, feel free to chime in. The other 2 variances are to become compliant with the current structure of the house. So the rear yard variance is the variance I'm here to ask for today so that we may make our home modern and bring parking off street to create a safe space to live for my wife and I. So thank you in noticing, Mark, that the rear yard variance is what we're here for today. So Mark, Ed and Doris Drake to the west are a wonderful, mature couple that have been in the neighborhood for probably 30, 40 years. And I have spent countless hours with myself, my plumber, my landscaper. We've spent tens of thousands of dollars improving the west side of our homes. Again, adding French drains to the home to move that water. We have buried all of our downspouts. All of those tie into the French drains, which then go to the front of the house, actually to the main. So none of the water is going west, except for the water that runs off of that driveway on the south side of the subject property. And so the water that runs down that driveway then shoots south as it flows and goes to a drain that then continues down further south to my sister's house and then goes down another drain that shoots over to Fairmont Avenue.
So David, let me just interrupt you for a minute. I think what Mr. Ebbets is saying, and I have a concern too, and I voiced it a little bit earlier, that you're taking up an entire backyard here, and I'm not sure that that is in keeping with what the neighborhood is zoned for. But I think what Mr. Ebbets is suggesting is that you continue your case such that at this point, even though you've worked with the Drakes as it relates to your existing home and your sister's existing home, there is not clear information for this board today that you have the Drakes sign off an agreement that what you're proposing at this new location is in fact something that they're supportive of. I think this board would benefit from having some sort of testimonial from the Drakes that you two have discussed this plan and there is some meeting of the minds. So I think what Mr. Ebbets is suggesting is that we continue your case for a month or so to see if you can come back with some sort of further information or perhaps a different design that addresses and removes that neighborhood opposition. Because Mr. Farnan is saying that the Drakes do not support what you're proposing on this third or new property. I don't think the other two properties are at issue necessarily, but I don't know because the Drakes aren't here.
And so thank you for the opportunity. I, again, spoke with them. They said that they will not oppose this. Mr. Drake is for lack of better words, old fashioned. And he said he does not want to sign anything. he said, I just don't want to sign anything. I will not oppose it. He agreed to work together. My concern, and I asked the board, is we have been, even before our house, we have been working with him on the water issue and keep bringing our plumber, our landscaper with him, asking him to bring forward ideas, concerns. And it's kind of just like a merry-go-round of, he says, well, I don't know what to do. I don't know where the water is coming from. But he believes it's coming from our house. And I keep illustrating to him with other professionals that it's not. And we're just dealing with a mature couple that has the mindset that it's coming from our yard, but won't bring forward a proposal of what would make it better.
Okay, so you're saying that you don't want a continuance. You want the board just to rule on evidence that we have.
I believe so. As hopefully proof of my presentation and package here today is we have been working on this for a little over 6 months now. I believe that we have a strong case that illustrates we've done the right things to make this a yes vote. And in regards to your question about there being no backyard, are you able to look at, I included in the presentation of the Google map illustrating what it is like now? Because there is no rear yard currently.
I have the diagrams that have been presented. That's all I have. So.
Okay, and yeah, in the green presentation.
Yeah, I see that there. Okay. I understand what you're saying, but there's a difference between having a backyard and having no backyard. If it's paved or not, there's a space issue. I mean, the issues, the public policy behind a setback is so that there is some distance between homes, and what you're proposing is taking you almost to the neighbor's property line, but for the width of a car is what I'm seeing, and then you're gonna be parking a car there. So we're congesting this lot, and so there's issues. I mean, if you feel comfortable with your presentation, I'll let this board vote. So it sounds like you are, and that's fine. Okay?
Okay.
All right. So board members, I think they want to go forward. So I would entertain a motion on the applicant's request.
So can I ask real quick, so if this doesn't get approved, do I have to come back with a totally different case?
Well, I don't know what the board's going to do. I never know. I can't make the motion. I sit in the chair position. I had to give up a long time ago because this board, for some reason, wants me to stay in this position. I think it's sort of sometimes it's not the easiest position to have. So I get stuck with directing traffic, is what I like to call as the chair. I don't know what they'll do. They might want to grant variances for the existing home, which has been in place for some time, but not the new variance. I don't know what they'll do, but they can do several things. If they do that, then you would have to reapply with a different application, or you could continue this matter and try to come back with a different proposal. You'd have to pay a new application fee if you come back with a different idea.
Okay.
And again, Mr. Vopidio, I was not suggesting anything other than you take a 1 month or 1 or 2 month leave in order to consult with the Drakes, consult with other neighbors, maybe come back before us. But I'm just one board member, and unfortunately, you only have 4 votes today. And I think it'd be best if you came back. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just saying, I think it'd be
I just and thank you all for your time. I've just worked so hard to do this and to do it right and present it to the right people and get the right approvals. And I wish Mr. Farnan would have come and spoke with me. Jared was kind enough to bring his opposition to me yesterday. I just feel like we've made all the right steps and we're doing great for this abandoned house on the corner that just, it looks, I mean, decrepit and it's just falling apart. And we're just trying, I mean, you guys can see the crime stats in Westwood and West Plaza, and we just need to bring cars off the streets. I don't know. And we work, I don't want to tear it down. And like you said, at 48th and Mercer, they're tearing down another house and building another huge house that's not maintaining the integrity of the neighborhood. And we wanted to do that. And we're trying to in our best efforts.
Okay. So do you want us to proceed or do you want a continuance? I'm going to ask one more time before I have to have them make a vote. And we do need to move forward. We have other cases and I do have a hard deadline and I want to try to finish
So
it.
Mark, are you saying I should continue?
I think he's suggesting that.
I can't tell you what to do, David. You got to make your own mind. But if we had 5 board members, then maybe not. But if I were you, I'd continue for a month.
Okay, I'll continue for a month.
All right. Do I have a motion to continue this matter until our April meeting? Yes. Do I have a motion to that effect?
So moved.
I have a motion for Mr. Fanucchi. Do I have a second?
Second, Ebbets.
Mr. Ebbets, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This matter is continued until April 12th, and at which time we may or may not have a different position from the applicant. Okay? All right. Thank you. All right, let's move on to the next case, which is docket item 20. Case number 11 with an address of 2944 Troost Avenue. With the applicant and all other interested persons, please raise their hands to be promoted.
Okay, I'm promoting the applicant, Ashita, and a Jeff Ullman. Both have been connected.
Okay. All right. Is it Ashita
Banerjee?
Banerjee. Thank you. Thank you. Could you state your full name for the record?
Ishita Banerjee with Hollison Miller Architects.
Thank you. And could you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I affirm to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Ullman, can you state your full name for the record?
Yes, my name is Jeff Ullman, and I'm the Chief Facilities Officer of Metropolitan Community College.
Okay. And would you please raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Folks, have you reviewed the staff report that is connected with your request for variance as it relates to fencing?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you have any objection to the administrative exhibits that are found in the staff report that are on the final 2 pages of the report that number 1 through 10?
No objection.
Okay. Those items will be admitted for the board to consider. Najma, you have this case. Let's hear from you first, and then we'll have questions for the applicant.
Okay. Before us, we have docket item number, I believe, 19, actually. So please excuse the clerical error there. CDBZA 2022-11. This is located on 2944 Truth and other associated addresses. The existing zoning is B4-2, and they are under the Truth Corridor Overlay District. The applicant is seeking approval of a special exception to have a 5-foot fence in the Truth Corridor Overlay District. I stated before, the subject site is located in the Truth Corridor Overlay. This is a view of the aerial view of the subject site, as well as a similar case here that the board approved for a similar special exception request to the fence height for Project Breakthrough. Correct me if I'm wrong, Anna. This is the outline of where the fences are located. For clarity, let me back up. There's an existing fence, and they are adding portions to the existing fence that was in compliance to fit with that fence that takes them out of compliance for these areas that were added to that existing fence. For further clarity, this is a photo of the new fence and the existing fence and other photos of the fence. The applicant is requesting a 1-foot variance to the Truce Corridor Overlay District requirements for fence height. The applicant is seeking to match the portions of the existing fence, and a mismatched fence might cause negative aesthetic externalities for the area if this variance is not approved. A change in the design may obviate the need for this variance, but again, it would create some aesthetic variations that would not fit with the current fence. In layman's terms, it wouldn't look very cute. So the request is for 1 foot to the proposed fence height of 5 feet. And that concludes my staff report.
Okay, so the fencing right now is in these locations are 4 feet in height. I'm confused. I'm gonna make sure I understand what was.
Yes. So
okay.
the current fence is 5 feet. The
Okay.
areas, the fence is already existing, but the areas that they need variances for would, under the Truce Corridor overlay standards, need to be 4 feet. But in order to match the existing feet, they're requesting 5 feet for certain areas of their fence.
Okay, can we go back and see then the photographs of the fencing again one more time, just so that sorry, because I'm not seeing those.
And let me jump in with an extra level of clarification. They are allowed to replace fences that were existing prior to the ordinance, like exactly replace them. So they were 5 feet before the Truce Overlay District went into effect. They are allowed to replace any old fencing, but any new pieces of the fence have to comply with the zoning code, or to the Truce Overlay District. So thus they need the variances for those new portions because they wish to match the quote unquote existing fence with the new fence.
Okay, but all fence would be 5 foot in height, correct? And it would be wrought iron type fencing, correct?
Right. This is the fence as it is today.
Okay, all right, that's what I wanted to see. Thank you, thank you. Okay, all right, let's hear from the applicant. I don't know who wants to present, which of you wants to speak about this, but why do you believe the board should grant this variance?
So I will start since I was the designer, and essentially as like if Najma, if you can go to the site plan, which is part of the evidence. So this building was owned by acquired by MCC and became their new location for their Advanced Technical Institute, Skills Institute. And this site already had almost it has the same fence all around, like all 4 sides of the building, essentially. And there were sections of the fence that were deteriorating, and we kind of went in and fixed it. We did not replace it. And then there were 3 sections where I highlighted with the cloud that we needed to add. And that is on the Truce side of the street. Yes, just there, and those 2 sections. Yes. So in order to add that additional length of the fence, we thought it will be best to match the existing height and appearance of the fence to kind of give that continuity to both the building front as well as the building fence limits. Like the whole fence, like it's more than 500 feet of fence across on all sides, and just making 3 sections completely different and shorter in height did not make sense in terms of design. So that's why we request this variance. We try to match the existing fence has been on site for I don't know how long, but essentially we try to match the design as closely as possible and with whatever is available now. and we went with the wrought iron, the same color, the same height, and almost the same appearance of the fence. So like in the overall scheme of things, these are only like literally 5 or 6 sections of fence. And we did not think it would have been feasible to go with a different height just to meet the Troost Overlay District requirements.
And the fencing is for safety purposes in general. Is that why you're asking for this fencing?
Yeah.
All
Like
right.
the new design of the building, like the new program of the building allowed us to create exterior classroom space right where that 3 sections of fence is added, the image 1 and 3. That's an exterior classroom space, which used to be an existing dock. So you can see a fence beyond, like even beyond that. And that is where if the students are trying to build something or bring out something and do some like active work out there, we want to make sure that it isn't off the street and not being hampered by any kind of like nobody walks into the space or it's not approached by anybody else that is not desired there.
Okay, that's what I wanted to, because it looked like it was a fenced reason, a fenced area for a reason. I wanted to understand that. Okay. All right. Board members, do you understand this request or have questions? If there are no questions, I would entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, in case number 2944, that's not right. That's the address.
It's case 11, yeah.
Madam Chair, in case 11, I recommend that the applicant's request be granted in accordance with the site plan and the staff report.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second for Mr. Gorence. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. The request has been granted. Thank you, folks.
Thank you.
All right.
Have a great day.
Thank you, you too. Moving on to the next case, which is docket item 21 with the case number of 12 and an address of 1025 West 54th Street. Would the applicant and any other interested parties please raise their hand to be promoted?
A Chris Shupp is being promoted.
Okay.
And a Tim Homburg.
Okay.
Both have been connected.
Gentlemen, if I can see your faces and your names. Okay, Mr. Homburg, you want to state your name, please, for the record?
Yes, Tim Homburg, SPJ Architects, 3515 West 75th Street, Prairie Village, Kansas.
Mr. Homburg, would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you
Yes.
solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And is it Mr. Shoup? Is that correct?
Shoup, yes.
Okay, Mr. Shoup, could you state your name for the record, please?
Chris Shoup, also with NSPJ Architects.
And would you raise your hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. All right. Gentlemen, have you reviewed the staff report that is connected with your application this afternoon?
We have.
Yes.
Do you have any objection to my admitting the 10 administrative exhibits that are described on the final page of the staff report for the board to consider?
We do not.
Okay, exhibits 1 through 10 will be admitted. And there was no other opposition to this case, correct, Anna? No one else raised their hand?
No one else has raised their hand.
Okay. So Jared, this is your case. Let's hear from you, and then we'll hear from Mr. Homburg and Mr. Shoup.
All right, thank you. Anna, I do see, is it a malfunction of my screen? I see a raised hand in the attendees list.
No, I don't see one either.
Yeah, I don't see one, Jared.
It must just be my Zoom. Nothing to worry about. Okay, I'll go ahead and share my screen. Okay, before us, we have docket item number 21. This is CD-BZA-2021-00012, located at 1025 West 54th Street. The zoning is R-6. The applicant is seeking approval of a special exception to front yard height limitations. This is the location of the subject site. It's within the confines of the Midtown Plaza area plan. The property is west of Luce Park. It's on West 54th Street between Bellevue Ave and Sunset Drive. This is a image of the proposed gate. on the property, as well as the fence itself, both being 5 foot in height. The site plan shows the gate and the fence going around the entirety of the property. The front yard will require the special exception, as it is limited to 4 feet in height in the front yard. These are the case factors. It is 1 foot larger than is allowed. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated. A change in design would be necessary to obviate the need for a special exception. With that, I will conclude my presentation.
All right, thank you, Jared. Gentlemen, I don't know who wants to speak since you're both with the same company, but why do you believe the board should grant this 1 foot exception?
This is Tim Homburg with NSPJ. I think at the core of it is that looking at the historic fabric of adjacent homes in the district, they all have 5 foot high front yard fences. And obviously, I think in our part of our package, we had taken some photographic evidence of some of the adjacent homes, and really to kind of have, I think it's in keeping to have a nice higher fence, just to look a little bit more estate-wise. I mean, this is a historic home. Home was built at the turn of the century. It's just a nice in keeping look with the rest of the district at the core of it. Obviously, the fence, need is for safety. They've got 2 young children, 3 dogs, and a busy street out in front.
And this house faces, I'm sorry, which street again? 54th Street, correct?
Correct.
Has the property been subjected to any criminal activity at any point in the recent future?
No, I mean, safety-wise is not necessarily for, safety is not necessarily for criminal activity. It's just young kids, big lot, keeping them out of the street, and dogs too.
Okay. But it will be this wrought iron so that we can see through it. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And we only need it. The exception is really, you said, only for the front yard, right, Jared? Because the backyard can be up to 6 feet in height, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And the neighbors have not submitted any opposition to you, Jared?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay, and Mr. Homburg, Mr. Shroop, had the homeowners received any concerns about the proposed height of this fence?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay. All right, board members, do you have questions for either Mr. Homburg or Mr. Shroop?
Yeah, was there an existing fence that this is replacing, or an existing gate to the driveway that this is replacing at any time?
No, this would be new. Can't say historically if there'd been one a long time ago, but there's not existing.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? All right. Hearing no other questions, I would entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, in case number 12, I recommend the applicant be granted their request in accordance with the site plan and staff reports.
I have a motion from Mr. Ebbets. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Gorwins. Do I have, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. The request is granted. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, and I believe we have one final case on our docket today with all the other continuances, if I'm correct, which is item number 23, case number 14, with an address of 416 West 12th Street. Would the applicant and all other interested parties please raise their hand? I believe we have several people interested in this case. So this is
there is. So first I'm going to admit the applicant, Martha.
Okay.
Martha Kaufman. We also have a Lindsay Tartaro. My apologies. A Jeremy. Father Paul Turner. And an Edward Blasco.
okay. Just let everybody, there we go.
Everyone's been connected.
Okay, all right. Ms. Kaufman, you're here on behalf of the applicant. Is that correct? The Catholic Diocese, is that correct?
Yes, I represent the owner. I'm the construction manager.
Okay.
Lindsay with SFS is the applicant.
Okay, okay, I'm going to have each of you, first of all, before you say your names, is anyone here in opposition to this project? Okay, that's going to make this a little simpler. So everyone here who just got added is all in support. Okay, all right. And we've admitted everyone, Anna, that's here interested in this case, correct?
That is correct. No one else has raised their hand.
Okay. All right. I'm going to have each of you then, I'm going to call your name and have you identify yourself for the record and swear you in so we have a clean record in case any or all of you need to speak. All right. So Ms. Kaufman, let's start with you. If you could state your full name for the record, please.
Martha Kaufman.
And could you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And then is it Tatro?
Tatro.
Tatro. Ms. Tatro, could you state your full name for the record?
Lindsay Tatro.
And would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Lillig, can you state your name for the record, please?
Jeremy Lillig.
And would you please raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And Father Turner, could you state your name for the record, please?
Father Paul Turner.
And would you raise your right hand to have the oath issued? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And Mr. Blasco, is that correct?
That's correct.
State your name for the record, please.
Edward Blasco.
Would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, I think we got you all. All right. So we have a staff report on this matter. And if you, Lindsay, I don't know if you're going to address this or who is, but there are 9 administrative exhibits that are connected to this case. And those are listed on that final page of the report. Any objection to my admitting those for the board to consider as we hear the case this afternoon?
No objection.
Okay, exhibits 1 through 9 will be admitted. Andrew has a case for the staff, and so I'm going to have him do a presentation and then folks will hear from you. Okay. All right, Andrew, when you're ready.
Okay, I am ready. So this is docket number 23, case number 14. The site location is the Cathedral of the Immaculate Conception at 416 West 12th Street. And the summary of why we're here today is that the applicant is seeking approval of 2 variances to the Boulevard and Parkway standards. And I'm going to start off, I know you have to leave at 3, but I'm going to try to start off a little slow to get into this.
That's all right. It's only 2 o'clock. We're good.
Okay. Well, I'll go real slow. So, I'm sure most of you are very familiar with this site. It is located in the heart of downtown. The Greater Downtown Area Plan is the controlling area plan. Here is another close-up of where the site is located between 11th and 12th Street. And most importantly, why we're here today is its location along Broadway Boulevard. And I wanted to show what we're looking at with today. The applicant is proposing to construct a 2-story, 13,000 square foot new building that will be located on the northern edge of this property. But I just wanted to show you what the site is like today. This is looking to the southwest from 11th Street. You can see an entrance off of Broadway to the existing parking area, another entrance off of 11th to the existing parking area, and then a small 2-story building along Broadway. The next slide here is looking to the northwest. And again, it shows a soft green space and then that 2-story building right along the boulevard. The applicant is proposing, like I said, a 2-story building up at the northeast corner of this property that will be connected to the historic cathedral. They will also be reconfiguring their parking lot. And that is why we are here today, is with the Boulevard and Parkway standards that were established in 2016. With this current layout, they will need to receive 2 variances so that they can move forward with their development plan through the City Plan Commission. Here is a rendering showing, again, here at 11th and Broadway, of the proposed 2-story building. I wanted to show you all of the elevations that were provided. The top is looking from the south, and the north is looking from 11th Street. This is a good elevation to show you, especially on the bottom, that the building is right on the northern edge of the property, and then the parking lot begins soon after that to the south. The applicant did prepare these graphics that I think give the board a good before and after of what's existing and what's being proposed. And they did a good job of highlighting our current standards and where they sit. Of course, the existing parking lot and building were here before these standards were approved in 2016. So right now, an important number is the site has a 50% frontage of vehicle use area to Broadway Boulevard. And our code only allows 30%. Also, the setback of a parking area from the boulevard, our code now says it needs to be 30 feet from the public right-of-way. As you can see here, it fluctuates all over the place. We have the green space, I would call a soft buffer to the existing parking. Then we have the 2-story building, which physically screens the parking. But then you have this entrance to the parking lot that is right on the corner of Broadway and 11th with really 0 setback. So we're all over the place with our setbacks related to what the code says. Now, with what we're proposing, because it is a new project, new construction, it all has to follow our code. And that's why we're here to, the applicant is seeking 2 variances. As you can see, the dashed line here is the public right-of-way, and the parking area is immediately adjacent. It'd be 4 feet away from the public right-of-way. So our code states that it needs to be 30 feet setback. So you can see this dash line, that's what our code calls for on your setback of a parking area from a boulevard. And as you saw, the existing conditions, we have a 50% vehicular use area along the boulevard. With this design, it actually increases that percentage up to 65%. And overall, with the reconfiguration of the parking lot, they do shrink the total impervious surface to create a additional 10 parking spaces. Right now, they're at 42 spaces, I believe. But we are increasing our vehicular use area and setback, or shrinking our setback with this proposed design. So, like I said, we're here for 2 requests. The code in 88323-02-B, which is non-residential development along a parkway or boulevard, states that the building line must be, or if adjacent to and within 150 feet of a boulevard, the parking located on the side of the building shall be set back a minimum of 10 feet or 30 feet from the right of way, whichever is greater. So the applicant is seeking a 26-foot variance to the minimum setback. And I wanted to show the Missouri case factors. It's a substantial setback. It's 26 feet, which would give them overall a 4-foot setback from the public right of way. It is a substantial change to the neighborhood's character and also the boulevard's character. Right now, we have the 2-story building and that green space on the south, which kind of helps divide the monotonous parking lot that is proposed. And then can the difficulty be obviated by some feasible method? A change in design could allow them to not seek a variance. And also the big thing here is that off-street parking is not required for any property within the downtown loop. The second variance relates to the vehicular use area frontage along a boulevard. Like I said earlier, and it's our same section of code for the boulevard and parkway standards. Our code currently allows a maximum of 30% of a site's frontage to be a vehicular use area when adjacent to a boulevard or parkway. The applicant would be seeking a 35% variance, and the site would be a total of 65% vehicular use area along a boulevard. And the Missouri case factors is, again, this is a substantial variation from the code. It does change the neighborhood's character and the boulevard's character, and a change in design could allow for this variance to not be necessary, along with our code does not require off-street parking within the downtown loop. Staff did receive a letter of opposition yesterday that was notarized. So I was going to ask Madam Chair if I can admit exhibit number 10. It is from the Registered Neighborhood Association, the Downtown Neighborhood Association.
Yes, if it's notarized, then we would meet our standards, and we would admit that as exhibit 10 if that is our next exhibit.
I believe so. Correct me if I'm wrong, Anna.
Number 10.
All right, exhibit 10 will be admitted if you would show that to us so we can see that, and as can the applicant. So
okay, I had to break it down into 2 slides. If you would like me to read what came from the neighborhood association.
No, don't read
okay.
it. Just give us a minute to read it. We can see it on the screen. I'll tell you.
Okay.
Hold on a second. I'm ready to go to the next page. I don't know if others do. I read fast as a condition of my profession.
I'm trying to read Tom's face.
I think he's still reading.
Okay.
Are you finished, Tom? Okay, next page. Okay, has everyone had a chance to read it? Okay, all right, thank you, Andrew. All right, so Andrew, was there anything else you needed to say to us?
No, that concludes my presentation. It appears some of the text in that did not transfer good into my slide, but I have nothing else, but I'm here to answer any other questions.
Okay. All right, let's hear from the applicant. Why can't you build this to comply to the ordinance?
Let me start, and then there will be others who want to speak as well. I'm Father Paul Turner, proud citizen of Kansas City and pastor of the Cathedral of the Immaculate Conception. Thank you, board members, for your service to Kansas City and the opportunity to speak to you. The Cathedral of the Immaculate Conception is planning improvements to the property on the east side of our historic landmark. We already welcome friends and visitors for worship and service. Each week, we draw many hundreds of people from the suburbs and from around the world to our corner, many of whom then enjoy other aspects of downtown Kansas City. Our parking is limited. It is the single greatest complaint we hear from members and visitors alike. We plan to raise the former brick school building aligning Broadway Boulevard, shift parking to the south of our property, and construct a new building at the corner of 11th and Broadway that will connect to the cathedral. That building will house our offices and a new Donnelly Hall suitable for social and cultural engagements. The slope on 11th Street makes the location for that new building critical to provide better handicap accessibility into the cathedral and a bridge to much needed restrooms, a hall for events that pertain to our worship, and the offices. It will also open a better sightline onto the historic building. By contrast, moving the new building to a longer footprint alongside Broadway would eliminate the connection, causing a practical difficulty and hardship, not only for those who are physically challenged, but others seeking ease of access to both locations. A variance allowing us to consolidate our limited surface parking along Broadway would increase the number of cars and people we wish to welcome.
Thank you, Father Turner. Who wants to speak next?
I'd be happy to. Thank you. I think that the other challenge that we have and why it's not so simple just to reorient the building is because the cathedral itself is a historical icon in the city. Being built in the 1800s, it has a significant prominence as far as its aesthetic and cultural significance. By having this building currently as designed, it would allow us to preserve the integrity of that building, to not damage any of the historic architecture and or interfere with it. It would also allow us the ability to have a more visible front line along the Broadway, thus I think beautifying and adding to the aesthetic along the boulevard, as opposed to taking it away by blocking it with a building. So I think for these reasons and the cultural impact and historical nature of the Gold Dome and the downtown skyline, I think preserving it and making it more open and visible, while at the same time preserving its integrity, is of the utmost importance. And that's why our design is exhibited in the way it is.
So how do you address the concerns of the ordinance that we have less parking and we encourage walkability in downtown? I understand you have a complaint about parking, but are there other parking lots close by to the church that are available during service hours? Or excuse me, times when you have services, for example, Father Turner, where parking is, maybe it's a little bit of a walk away, but you're muted, sorry.
I got it. We've made overtures to some of the nearby parking lots, and we do have the beginnings of a friendship with them. So yes, we can try that. At the same time, even with 52 parking spaces, that's not enough for our needs. So we of course are going to need to have other places we can advise people where they can park.
So does the cathedral have parishioners that are there on a weekly basis? And how big is your parishioner list?
Yeah, our parishioner list is 700, but at a typical mass, we draw about 200, and we have 4 weekend masses. So we have, maybe it's a little under 200 still post pandemic. We're not quite back up to 200 where we have been, but some of those walk over from downtown. Some live in the surrounding areas and drive in 15, 20, 30 minutes or more. Others are visitors. We draw more downtown convention people to our church than any other Catholic church in the region.
And what, just so that I understand, what are the parish's boundaries?
We are from the river and state line and from the northwest, and then roughly 17th and Charlotte to the southeast. Now there's all kinds of reconfigurations in there, but that'll give you an idea.
Right. I mean, I have some concept of how the church divides things, but I just wanted to know how big your land mass was. And I understand you're drawing from visitors because of the nature of the cathedral. I understand that, but I'm just trying to understand what your service needs are and why this parking is something that you think we should vary a downtown boulevard standard for.
Yeah, we almost always have to turn people away because they can't park in the lot.
All right, Mr. Lillig, yes.
Yeah, this being the diocesan kind of central home, if you will, this new event space will draw from all of our schools and parishes essentially. I mean, well, the great majority of them at least. 27 area schools, parishes for their major events and so forth. So I think there'll be, an increase of traffic, an increase of services as well in the building.
Can you explain that a little further? What services will this structure offer?
Well, I mean, the event space itself, there's a crying need in our diocese for affordable event space for school auctions, parish events, celebrations for jubilarians, wedding anniversaries, all of those kinds of things. And this will provide kind of a central home to where when there's a liturgical celebration, it's a natural entree into this event space. So it will bring those people downtown to patron downtown, but at the same time allow them ease of access and to the kind of church structure of celebration with liturgy and so forth.
If I may add to that, we do quite a number of weddings every year, and we anticipate many of those couples would like to use a hall on site if we provided it.
But there's no school functions at the cathedral, correct? That is
no
operation there, right?
Yeah. We do anticipate them picking up though as this new space is.
No, but I mean, you're not in terms of operating an actual school. That's not something.
Or the ancillary requirements needed to run a private school.
That's what I want to understand. Yeah, Mr. Blasco.
Yes, if I might amplify just a bit what Father Turner said, I can give you some statistics. Regularly attending the cathedral are folks from over 112 different zip codes. 40 of those zip codes are from Kansas addresses. And people come in weekly to worship at the cathedral, and folks like myself, perhaps, who pass 6 or 7 Catholic churches on the way to get to the cathedral. And always I have hopes of finding a parking spot close or nearby. But if parking became too much of an issue, I'm afraid folks will just use that as an excuse to either, number one, not go to church, or number two, stop at a church that's much closer. And I think we would miss out on a lot. And I think folks would miss out on a lot. The other very important thing about this structure is that it will provide a much, much, much better ADA situation for folks that require wheelchairs or assistance getting around. Right now, yes, we are ADA compliant in the cathedral, but folks have to walk all the way around or be pushed all the way around the front of the cathedral and up a little ramp, and it's just not desirable.
So under this new proposal, so there's no parking underneath of the new structure? You haven't contemplated putting a parking garage underneath the new structure?
We
have
contemplated underground parking and found the price to be extremely high, millions and millions of dollars, $15-16 million to do what we'd love to do underground.
Okay.
I might supplement that a little bit. We did, when we first started exploring this project, really the stated need of the parish was in the neighborhood of 150 to 200 cars on site would be desired. We explored cost estimates to build structured parking below grade as well as above grade, and it ended up being almost 1.5 times the cost of the proposed building structure to accommodate structured parking in this downtown area.
Okay, so that's not something the church is interested in spending those dollars on that.
If anyone listening to this broadcast would like to give me $15 million, I will build that lot.
Oh, I hear my mother on my shoulder.
Listen to your mother.
Right. The mother of 14 kids and a very good Catholic has gone on to heaven. So anyway, all right.
God bless her.
Madam Chair?
Yeah.
Sorry for interrupting, but there is one more person who wishes to provide public testimony.
Okay, please admit them.
Okay, Josh Boehm is being promoted. Josh, you need to accept he is connected.
Can you state your name, Mr. Is it Boehm?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you state your name, please?
I am unable to hear you, unfortunately.
Okay.
1 second, let me adjust my Zoom settings. Let's see.
Can you hear us now?
I can hear you now. Thank you. My apologies.
I feel like I am a commercial. I think someone says that in a commercial. Can you hear me now? So anyway.
That's right. That's right.
All right. Sir, can you state your name, please?
Yes, my name is Joshua Boehm.
And Mr. Boehm, would you please raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And sir, are you here in support or opposition of this project?
In opposition of the variances.
Okay. All right. So sir, what I think everyone else here has stated their support. So I'd like to hear from you since you are here in opposition. Why are you opposing these variances?
Yeah, so thanks for allowing me the opportunity to talk. We've had the chance to meet with the applicant previous to this. They hosted a public meeting. We are supportive of the new use and the new construction and the benefit that it will provide to downtown residents. We're not supportive of the site plan as they've drawn it today. And we don't think that variances can be justified based on the review criteria for variances. And so that's really what we're trying to remind the BZA of here, in particular, the issue of a parking shortage being a practical difficulty or a hardship. The review criteria, we're not talking about a practical difficulty or a hardship that is not felt for other properties downtown. This is something that people, that the authors of the Boulevards and Parks standards would have understood and would have been very intentional about as they were drafting those standards. And it's something that nearly every use, nonprofit, charitable, for-profit, large assembly, small assembly, feels throughout downtown. And we as a city have learned to manage parking demand, to share parking across multiple venues. And that's why we believe that these standards are reasonable, and that, the imposition of the lower level of vehicular use area facing the boulevard and the setbacks or reasonable standards, and that you really shouldn't have a variance from them, because if we start to do that throughout other parts of downtown, if everybody got to park everything that they wanted right on site, then we wouldn't have much of a downtown left. And that concerns us a great deal as residents. The public benefit of walkability of a high imageability city is very, very clear. And we understand that the BZA has to balance these considerations, but we think that there are reasonable and modest design solutions. We have not seen alternative studies. Those were not a part of the conversation. Furthermore, if the applicant would like to seek a legislative change to the Boulevard and Parkway standards, they could certainly do that. That's certainly an option. We just don't think that a variance is the appropriate route to go here. So we're supportive of the use. We're supportive of, even the architecture and the benefit that it'll bring to the community. And we want to be partners with the applicant as they continue to develop their plan. We have many of our board members volunteer with the Morning Glory Ministries. And so we look forward to the continued success there. What we don't what we don't support is the site plan as it exists now, or the variance from very recent and very relevant Parkway and Boulevard standards. So that's the main reason for our opposition.
Okay, so let me ask this question. There's existing parking now at the cathedral. How many parking spaces currently exist?
There are currently 42 parking spaces.
Okay, and how many parking spaces exist under the new proposal?
The new proposal is for 52 parking spaces, so an increase.
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
An increase of 10 spaces, so 52 new proposed. I might also offer that with the new site plan, we are eliminating 2 curb cuts that currently access the property, one off of 11th Street, as well as one off of Broadway Boulevard. So we do feel that that enhances the pedestrian experience around the site by consolidating that vehicular access point off of 12th Street. It eliminates a curb cut off of the boulevard, but also consolidates the parking and that vehicular entrance.
So if the board, if the board would not grant this variance, what other options would the church have to build a structure like this?
I don't see how we can build a different structure. I think we would end up with reduced parking. I don't see the other solution.
So there's not another location to accomplish on the property and connect it to the historic church, is that what you're saying, Father Turner?
Correct. We have a small piece of property in downtown, and we're trying to meet as many of our goals as we can with it.
And what type, I see landscaping, I just want to make sure the board understands, do we have a good rendering of what landscaping you're proposing if the board is interested in this plan?
That would have been included with the staff report. The last image is a landscape plan that shows some precedent imagery of the landscaping that is proposed, as well as there is a proposed rendering that was not shared during the staff report or during Andrew's presentation that shows a view from the corner of 12th and Broadway looking back towards the cathedral.
Okay, is that, I see there's a southeast corner of 12th and Broadway. Is that what you're talking about, ma'am?
That should be it, yes.
Okay.
And I am happy to share any graphics if it would be beneficial.
I'd like to see, I think I'm on looking at the right photograph. I don't know if the other board members have found this or not. I'm trying to understand what this would look like from the street view. So
Certainly.
it's helpful for me to see that at least.
Yeah.
I think I'm looking at what you're talking about that would be along Broadway.
Correct. I also do want to point to a proposed public art component that we are looking to have at the southeast corner of 12th and Broadway that we feel would be a public benefit to this new development.
Is that sort of like a pole of some with a figurine on the top?
Yes, and Father Paul, if you would like to maybe describe the intention of that art piece.
Yeah, one intention is that pillar begins to prepare you for the beautiful interior of the cathedral, and there'd be a statue on the top, probably an image of Mary, the mother of Jesus, after whom the building is named, the Immaculate Conception. So there are examples of such artwork in key places in Rome and in other major cities. We think it could be a public art benefit and a devotional place for many people.
And is that right on the corner of 12th and Broadway?
Correct.
Okay. So is there a green space proposed on that corner that would be sitting in front of some fencing that would surround the proposed parking? Am I looking at your photo, your description, your pictorial descriptions?
Correct. There is a landscaped area currently shown around the base of that public art element. The fence is being shown because it is being considered, and since there is a transparency requirement for fencing along the boulevard, we are showing that fencing, but it is an option to be installed. But we wanted to show that it would comply with the boulevard standard.
Okay. All right. I want to ask our three board members besides myself to weigh in here with questions that they might have. Any questions? Tom, Mark, or Tony?
Well, I'm going to try and formulate it so it makes sense, but my question is, if you were forced to meet the setback requirement, how many parking spaces you lose?
Lindsay, do you know the answer to that? I mean,
Well, you would lose sort of that little space, that 10-foot space that's now in blue, right?
We would lose, I believe it is 12. Let me verify that real quick here. $16 spaces, possibly 17 spaces if we're required to meet the 30-foot setback with the current design.
And so it's not that you would stop all parking, you would just fill that space with more green space.
Correct. If we had to meet the setback requirement, it would be additional landscaping.
Tony,
if I may on this point as well, the other issue besides parking is the connectivity to the existing building that would be lost. Given the way that we only have one specific area that can be connected to without damaging any of the significant art in the stained glass windows. And so that would cause
let me ask a question. This is, and I'm watching my time. I have a few more minutes here, so we can do this. Andrew, can you pull up the site plan that says proposed, that has buildings in pink and the proposed? I think you did this once. If you could pull that up and share your screen. I just want to ask Miss Lindsay a question.
Yes, 1 second.
Right, that's the one. So Andrew, so where you see it says 30 foot, that dotted line is the setback, right?
Correct.
Okay.
That would meet the ordinance.
Okay, so that would cause part of the red building to also be removed?
No, it is just a setback that is relative to vehicular use areas.
Okay, so then that's what I'm saying. So this little area where we see the 10 sort of in the center of it, it's this section that would have to go.
Correct.
Okay, so that's why I didn't understand the connectability to the church is up here next to the church. So,
right.
Okay.
But I believe the point Jeremy is trying to make is if we have to reorient this building and front it more along the boulevard, it would potentially eliminate that connection to the cathedral, which is critical to the design of this new facility or the addition to the cathedral.
In other words, so you could capture parking somewhere else. Is that what you're saying?
Well, that would reduce the vehicular use area that fronts the boulevard.
Okay.
If we were to reorient the building, but that proposes some hardship with the intent of this new proposed structure.
Okay. All right, Tony, I interrupted you. Does that help? I needed to see this to make sure I understood what they were saying.
No, I think I understand. I understand where they're at. I'm a little bit worried about the big variance, both the setback and I guess it's related to percentage of vehicle use that we're doing. That's what I'm struggling with. But I don't know if there's an alternative design that they could come back with.
What is
help or not? So
what is this smaller red building that looks to be connected to the cathedral? What is that for?
That's where I'm sitting right now.
Okay.
That's our office building and residences for the priests.
Okay.
We have plans for redesign of that as well, but that is the current building that you're looking at.
And the other, okay, so the green space you have currently under this design and the church, that's not something you could add parking to pull back some of the parking closer to the boulevard?
Correct. Because of the elevation, so that the church is a full story above Broadway. The green space you're seeing between the parking lot and the church is sloped because we have to excavate enough to make a surface level parking that would be alongside Broadway Boulevard.
And also tie into the existing vehicular entrance along 12th Street.
Okay. All right. Andrew, if you would take that down.
Yep.
Okay. So I think there's been some stated concerns. I don't know what the board will do. You have to get 4 affirmative votes, ladies and gentlemen, to get your request approved today. Is this something you want us to move forward with? Do you feel like you need to go back to the drawing board and come back to us, or do you want to take your chances and have us vote on this today?
I really think we're giving you the product of a lot of serious reflection. I don't know that we'd be able to come up with an alternative. Say the greatest loss we would have is, it would cause a tremendous loss of parking for us. That's what's at stake.
And I might address one concern I think you might have, and that is the sight line on Broadway. We think that folks will probably graze the top of the cars if they even see the cars because of the beauty of the cathedral as they are either driving by or walking by. And the sloped area will be beautifully landscaped as well. So we think that this is a very unique situation in the city. And, you know, it's an old historic building blended with a brand new, beautiful building. And we want to spotlight both of them, as I think the city would want to spotlight them.
And all of the efforts in this new structure would be in furtherance of your exercise of your religious processes and beliefs, correct?
Right. It'll absorb some of the things we already do in the office, and it'll provide areas for socialization, celebration, education, evangelization. It'll let us further our mission.
Okay. All right. So board members, if you have other questions, I want to hear them. If not, I believe they're asking us to make a decision. All right, hearing no question. I'm sorry.
It's not really a question, Chairman Otto, as much as it's just a point, my personal point. The Boulevard standards are there for a reason, but also I've seen other variances granted, especially on the east side near Sprint Center or T-Mobile Center. And I just see real beauty in this new proposal. So that's my comment.
Thank you.
And I'm one board member as well. I mean, there is existing parking there now. I'm not sure how this is going to change the appearance of Broadway dramatically. And I understand walkability. I'm all about that, but I don't think that this is such an extreme change. And I am very ardent about making sure we do the least amount possible. So anyway, I'm one person, but let's hear what the board wants to do. I would ask for a motion from someone.
Let me be the first one out of the chute. Chairman Otto, in case number 14, I recommend the board grant the approval in accordance with site plan and all staff reports located herein.
I have a motion from Mr. Ebbets. Do I have a second?
Madam Chair, I second it.
I have a motion. I have a second from Mr. Gorens. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. The request is granted. Good luck with your expansion. Thank you all.
Thank you all very, very much. Thank you.
I believe that takes care of our final matter today, unless staff can tell me I have missed a case or missed an issue. Hearing none, then
that concludes. Sorry.
That's okay, Anna. It's all good. All right. Thank you all very much. I appreciate your commitment to the board and being here again today. I know we had a lot to do, guys. We had a busy day, the four of us. So we are now adjourned, and we'll see you guys in April.
Thank you, Chairman. See you.
Okay. Bye.